Okay, well, welcome one and all to round 2 of the VSRA European Endurance Series. I'm Ross Smith, and today join me in the booth, at least for the first portion of the race, will be Liam Rance.
Hello.
Morning, Liam. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. How are you this morning, Ross?
I'm great. I guess it's afternoon now for you guys over there across the pond.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we've got Silverstone going on. Looks like typical track temps. Is weather going to be a factor today?
I don't believe so, as we do not have live weather on. However, yeah. It didn't look like it was raining anyway due to the forecast, so...
Very
not too much of
unusual.
a hit. Yeah, very unusual for Britain at this moment in time. It's been absolutely hammering it down for the last 2 weeks.
And probably not terribly warm either.
No, not at all.
I can tell you, looking out the window here, we've got nothing but snow, although that hasn't been the case for most of the year. Fairly warm, although not exactly 29 degrees, but but we'll go with it. So as far as today's race goes, it looks like we've got 23 entries on the grid, although I thought I saw that there were quite a few more previously. Are there just drivers not showing up?
I believe we should have 24, which means the attendance form is going to be on fire after this race, because we were meant to have 43, and I can only count a handful of teams that have said they aren't attending. So yeah, let's enjoy that one.
Simber noting that it's been nice in Scotland so far. Be nice when we do the Knock Hill race. So teams out there just getting warmed up right now. 7 for LMP2, and it looks like we've got, 8 for LMP2.
I believe one's missing, so we have 9 for LMP2. As Che Hatch has left the race, hopefully he'll be back in before the race starts.
Yeah, excellent. I believe that's is that Team Grimelli, LRTI?
I believe so.
Now, unfortunately, Live Racers is out of whack today, so I'm going to try and do my best to point out teams, although certainly with generic liveries, that's going to be a bit difficult, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, I just want to apologise for the issues that we've had pre-race.
Yeah, I had a bit of a test day there for a short bit.
Now that I didn't want to get into. That was...
At the moment, just popping up the current standings. Might be a bit difficult to see on the stream, particularly if you're on a smaller device, but up in the LMP2 charts, it looks like Drillers Esports Academy is leading 1 and 2. Of course, this is after only 1 round, so we obviously only have the one result to show for it, with Seawolf running 3rd. Another Drillers down in 4th and 7th. Gentlemen's Drivers in 5th after they were up earlier in the race and just kind of kept falling back a little bit. Penguins in 6th, and then also in 8th to round out the top 8 for where we have points. And then down in the GTE standings, Only 12 showing up there, so obviously that chart will bump up a little bit, but Drillers leading the way again, 1 and 2, also in 4th, with Scuderia kind of breaking things up in 3rd place on the podium, and in 5th. We have OSR Endurance, Hullum Racing Team, Penguins again in 8th, Blue Bolt Racing in 9th, Solo Sport Racing in 10th, and ASM A2 in 11th with half a point. So just taking a quick look at the schedule ahead. Obviously, we're second round here for Silverstone. Up next at the end of March, we'll head over to Monza, and then we'll stay in Italy for the end of April as we go to Imola. So those will be great races. Obviously, Spa, Istanbul, and Nürburgring to round things out at the end of the championship.
Yeah, there's definitely some very exciting tracks coming up. The high speed of Monza, and then just the whole history of Imola that we're heading to as well.
Yeah, haven't
Next few rounds are going to be very exciting.
I can't wait. And it's a nice month-long gap. A lot of drivers enjoying this 4-hour framework. It's not too intense, but you still get a lot of that nice endurance strategy going through, and it's not a huge commitment. It certainly helps with well, not a huge commitment versus a much longer race where you have to have a lot more guys, a lot more practice to make it worth a showing, and you get a lot more attendance certainly.
Well, yeah, I just see them as 2-hour sprint races for each driver if there's 2 of you in there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with qualifying in front, the starting driver's got a little bit more workload and practice to do with the low fuel runs, but I feel like it's just the medium between a 24-hour race and, well, a longer endurance series and a solo sprint series, which sort of what we were going for with this series.
Yeah, it fits right in that notch perfectly. So you'll actually be out there for the second half of the race. How's everything looking for the car and the team there?
Well, me and Tunbridge have been moved from the Mouse 1 name to DDoS after winning the LMP2 championship in this league's previous name. So yeah, decided to start the season off in LMP2, and then decided we wanted a new challenge and started in the GTE, which has been interesting with the whole setting up the car thing. Neither of us driving the GTE properly before. So yeah, it's been a very interesting few weeks for us. But yeah, it looks good. Pace seems alright. I feel like the top guys are just a bit quick, so maybe a top 5 today, I think.
Excellent. And how is it as far as, I guess, racecraft and sportsmanship? Do you feel like things have been fairly professional?
So far, yeah. I mean, we didn't really have many incidents last race in Le Castellet, as far as I know of, like major, massive crashes or intentional wrecks or whatever. So I feel like just the whole racecraft of this is sort of gone up a notch, as we've got more competition on the grid now as well, with the Luna Racing guys coming in, and with Adam, I'm not going to try and pronounce his last name, taking pole in GT, and now seems to be leading the way in the warm-up, so only onwards and upwards, I can say.
Yeah, Karkajewski. Yeah, he has been showing some muscle as far as pace. Not sure who his teammate is, but certainly
I can find that for you.
if he's as strong, then they'll certainly have a good showing. And that's the other nice thing about this 4-hour format, is if you would have a typical team of 3 or 4 guys, you can now split them out, and that's certainly what we've seen with drillers.
Yeah. I feel like it just adds to the whole format. Just means that more teams can attend, and there's less chance of people having to drop out at all during the race, or pre-race due to other commitments.
Hmm. Yeah, it is so much of a relay race just because you have to hand it off, and the fewer guys, the fewer the issues you'll potentially have.
Of course, also limits the classic R-factor driver swap bug, which seems to happen on most occasions, which
Uh,
is fun.
yeah, certainly as they keep tinkering under the hood and making changes. I know that many drivers have complained about the 33-minute bug. Not so much of an issue here just because there are longer sessions, but for many of those sprint races, uh, it's been very problematic, as usually guys will be in on the server about 30 minutes before the race actually starts, so that first lap or so when everyone's right together, everyone will get just a little bit of a freeze and then it's chaos. Hopefully not here. Seem to be a couple quick refreshes on the grid. I'm guessing things are just getting arranged from the...
Yeah, people not joining the race in time, and it's not allowing them to start again, which is brilliant, which means I need to set the grid.
Gotta love the R Factor server. I know some have said that it goes great, but certainly I've seen many instances where there are just constantly issues, and some of it I can definitely say is from the sim engine. Sometimes it's people not following directions properly, but like last time, we'll get things going here quite quickly, and we'll get this
Yeah, we
underway.
just need people to join the server in time, really. That's the main thing, which clearly has not happened today, which is brilliant.
So it looks like we're back up to 23 that are showing there, so hopefully we'll get going. Starting drivers in the LMP2s, we've got James Juba, George Lopez, Gabriel Hevesi. Good to see that team going, riding high in the ranks there. Riley McKibben actually stepping in. Didn't see him running earlier, so he must have swapped in quickly after. Fred Ludeau, Mika Hakimi, Rob Moore, and Fred Breyer topping out the LMP2s as they show currently. Then looking down in the GTEs, as we were talking, Adam Karkujewski is currently at the top, followed closely by Ernest Lappings and Roger Decline. Sebastian Parmasad, Danilo Nascimento, Alex Tunbridge, Alessandro Mancuso, Reno De Laro, Pascal Eggert, Ben Faz, Ramiro Perez, Michael Vidal, Ian Lonchar, Joseph Frederick Suto, and Mattia Golan. And I'm not sure if that's going to be the starting order. It is as they show currently in warm-up, but as you heard Liam say, things are kind of getting shuffled around here as we get things right and proper for the start of the race. So a bit of delay as we had some issues with the server early on, so we are a little bit past our scheduled start time of about 2 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I'm looking at 9:30 a.m. currently in the States, Eastern Standard for any other American viewers. But let's see, looking at the checking out some of the comments here on YouTube, seeing if there's anything going on there. A question of, is the race length 1 hour? No, it is certainly not 1 hour. So Silverstone, a nice wide open track. So as far as kind of going back to the comments of racecraft and sportsmanship, particularly between classes, Silverstone obviously a nice big open track, quite long, so the field can really spread out. Good long stretches too, so you still have quite a bit of technicality in the turns, but you can get nice, good long runs going down into them. Silverstone obviously has been around for quite a while, a staple of motor racing the world round. British Grand Prix was first held back in 1926, so it's been around for a while. Actually, coming up on almost the 100-year anniversary, which is incredible to think of, particularly for motorsport just being around that long. Obviously, today we'll be running the Grand Prix circuit. Total of 18 turns around the entire thing. Track very famous for Formula One, of course, British touring cars, many other touring car championships, and everything in between. It is exciting. It can be easy to get lost sometimes if you're new here, particularly coming through some of the sections where you have lots of track variations and changes within the within the layouts. Just watching pit road chaos right now as drivers are awaiting the grid to be formed up. Good to get some of the pre-race jitters out of the way by having a bit of fun, I guess. Not exactly professional, but I guess amusing at best. Just amazing. Not sure what to say about this. So Silverstone, for as flat as it is, it does provide interesting challenges. Not every driver's favorite, even though it is used in many different motorsports. Some drivers kind of do dislike it just because it is as kind of flat and kind of straight as it is. But it does provide some unique challenges, and again, it does, because it is sort of straight and narrow, it allows for some very interesting racing. And now we just saw Che Hatch join in as the 24th driver. Hopefully we're able to get this thing going here. Riding on board now with Alessandro, one of the few drivers actually making it out onto the track. So he's coming up into club on the backside of the circuit. Silverstone does have a very exciting last set of turns. It certainly has provided some of the best finishes that motorsports has to offer. So again, we're just currently waiting on the grid to get formed up, as we're waiting on drivers to join the server, and it has caused a bit of a delay here after we had an initial server issue that has pushed us back. It's a little unfortunate to see not too many teams, or at least not all of the teams showing off a custom livery. It's I always enjoy seeing what the individual artists are able to put together. Oh, it looks like we're getting ready to go to the grid.
Oh, that was eventful.
Given going through a little bit of history here, just kind of fill the space, but oh, Fred Ledoux at the back of the grid. Any insight on that one? The LMP2 starting back behind the GTEs. Liam's got his hands full coordinating and stewarding as well. So grid is off to form up on the parade lap, formation lap. We'll see if Ledoux will be waved around. Someone's saying here that he should be in 6th. Now, unfortunately, Silverstone is a very long track, so if he does need to come around the GTE field, then he should have plenty of time to do it. Only on Hangar Straight, and they're running kind of slow. Just getting their tires warmed up. Don't see him pulling around. And Joseph Suto asking for a drive-through to be removed. Not sure how drivers are getting drive-throughs that early on in the race, but I assume it's an affect of just the way we're starting here. It looks like he got caught for jump starting. To get things going proper, instead of doing any kind of rolling start or anything like that, we do have to run a manual standing start and just have drivers do a controlled run up to the green here, as you see. So even though the marshals there are waving green flags, it's still just the parade lap, just the formation lap. So looking down from the LMP2s, it looks like Juba, Hatch, Lopez are the top 3. And then you've got Hevesy, McKibben, Moore, Hakimi, Breyer, and Ledoux has now followed up to the back of the 9-car pack for LMP2s. Excellent. For GTEs, Karkaszewski, Mattia Grigolin is actually now in 2nd. Lapping's 3rd decline. Parmasad, Nascimento, Tunbridge, Mancuso, Delaro, Eggert, Foz, Perez, Vidal, Lonchar, and Frederick Suto.
Right then, everything's sorted. Let's hope nothing else goes wrong. It seems everything wants to go wrong this morning.
I'm sure it'll be smooth as butter as they come over to the green. So James leading them down through club into the last couple corners there, so they approach the green flag, getting ready to start for round 2 of VSRA European Endurance. And backside of the LMP2 is a little bit behind there. And that's the green flag. James leads them down into turn number 1. Little bit of a push in the background there, it looks like, between Moore and Hakimi. Hatch looking early on at James.
I think we got Rod Moore up the inside of, who was it? Gaber Havesi pushed him off wide and then gave him the position.
So quite aggressive early out of the gate.
Jay Hatch is around the outside of James.
Back up at the front, Jay Hatch still harassing the back of Juba.
The top four are starting to pull a gap from P5 backwards as we look to the GTE field.
Adam Karczewski is pulling well away in that BMW. Tighter battle between Lapines and Gogolin for second. Perez losing a position back further down the order.
Oh,
Very
Ernest has gone wide. Oh no, that was Rigolan who's gone wide and given Ernest the P2 spot on GTE.
A couple three-wide battles back in the very back of the GTE field. Well enough though, no one has been just thrown to the weeds, so that's good. It's nice door to door without anybody getting taken out. A little bit of swapping up. Hakimi, it looked like, fell back one. So LMP2 starting to string out. Oh. Oh, it looks like a little bit of an issue here going on. And Kuso, something happened there.
Seems like Alex Tunbridge is holding up this massive train from P15 to P22, it seems.
We'll hop over to Alex here in just a second. Oh, it actually wasn't Mancuso. It was, who was that? Seto in front of him. So he actually wasn't involved in this. It was the other Porsche that got loose there. Up at the front of the grid, James Juba is running still in front of Hatch, but he's starting to create a little bit of a gap. It won't take much to pull him back in. Unfortunately, I don't have any live timing to be able to look at individual gaps, so we'll have to kind of call it as quickly as we can. Vidal losing his spot. And Lonchar moving up in the Scudera, one of the sister teams. Juba now running the fastest lap at a 1:46.9. So Vidal has actually lost a couple spots now. He's fallen back about 2 or 3. Either he doesn't have the earlier pace, or he's just kind of been pushed around as the GTEs kind of ungaggled themselves. Looking back up at the top of the GTEs, Adam up there seems to have lost just a little bit of that gap back to lappings now that he's up to second. You see Roger Decline back there in 4th place in that lone Corvette, the US pits. That pink car definitely standing out in the crowd. Alex Tunbridge losing a spot to Delaro. Delaro in the white generic there. And it looks like if Alex isn't able to pick up some of the pace there, he could lose a spot to the Porsche harassing him. That's who's it? Nascimento, who was actually. Oh, somebody's off. Oh, it looks like we have a. We might have a. Yeah. Okay. So a little bit of a lag there, latency. I thought that for a second there it looked like he just kind of shot off the track. DeLaro actually getting the sled off track, so that might have just been a quick pop in the server latency causing some of those to show up. But regardless, it's sent him well to the back of the order now. So DeLaro is actually all the way in the back of the GTE field running last and has fallen well behind. So Mancuso having a bit of an issue there. I don't know that he's lost really too much because of it. He might have lost a position to Eggert. Currently running 10th in GTEs.
Seems at the front of the LMP2 battle, Che Hatch, who was all over the back of James there, has now fallen back into the clutches of Jorge Lopez. Only 8 tenths between them now.
Riding on board with Lopez now. You can see, yes, that gap is very close. If he's able to maintain this, he should be able to catch some of the slipstream going onto a few of the straights and start reeling Hatch in. So James actually, he has a bit of a gap right now, but it's looking fairly stable at the moment.
Definitely doesn't seem to be pulling away into the distance like I guess we thought he would.
Yeah, but James is very consistent. He's certainly proven himself in several other championships, and it's one of the reasons why Jors is on top right now, is because of him. And I can't remember who else his co-pilot is. It's either, is it Van Giel?
I don't believe Van Giel was racing today. It might be Nick Ford, possibly.
That would make sense.
But also at the front of the GTE field, Ernest Lappens has been slowly clawing away at the lead that Adam has at the front of the grid. He's definitely pulled away from Mattia, who started in front of him in qualifying.
Riding on board with Ernest now as they head into turns 1 and 2. Tricky cutback here as they head through farm. Or sorry, for arena. Came through farm. I think Adam's starting to feel some of that pressure, because it is showing him getting a couple of those off tracks there. Ben Foz takes a position from Eggert.
Danilo's made his way past Alex Tunbridge.
Yes, indeed. It looks like that was a fairly clean pass. It must have been back towards hangar, or just coming in.
It was coming in on the exit of turn 2, coming into turn 3 before the straight there. He just sent out the inside. It was a clean, brilliant move, to be honest, from Danilo there.
So it looks like Alex is coming back, flashing the lights there. Going out through maggots. He's holding pretty steady on the back of him.
I have noticed in these GT cars, the toe really isn't much coming onto the straights.
No, you have to be right on the back of the guy in front of you to take it.
Car behind Pascal has made his way past Ben Faz, going into Stowe there.
Right on board with him right now. Faz looking ahead. again, very clean so far. We haven't really seen anybody get major hip checks and no one's really been off. We did see that.
Yeah, we've had one report so far, and that was from a possible jump start, which didn't end up going through. So yeah, so far everything's clean.
Say that commentator is curious as Ben Foz has a little bit of a trip up as around the turn 4 and 5 area. So it looked like he just he was a little bit aggressive with the gas. A little too much throttle input. He just kind of swung around. So Vidal has taken advantage of that, and he's now on the back of Lonchar. Hopping up at the front here, James Juba is in and amongst the GTE traffic, so that is, as he's going through Maggots and Beckett's, he's really slinging that thing around, trying to take advantage of these lower class picks, so he can kind of pull away from Shea Hatch, and he's certainly doing that.
Yeah, he's probably going to catch this train at really the wrong time. It's going to be into turn 1, 2, and that really slow section where you can't really get past them too well. Oh, as GTE goes off just in front of him there.
Oof. Very close.
So Alex Tonbridge just lost another position.
Yeah, looks like he was...
He's also just gone off the track on the exit of turn 1 there. I'm not sure what's going on. He doesn't seem to be accelerating.
It doesn't look like he has any damage, but he's... Oh boy! Whoa. I didn't see which LMP2 that was going by. It was James. That was right in front of the leader.
I'm not sure what's going on with him at the moment.
He's certainly struggling with that, so either he's done something to his tires. Again, it doesn't look like he's got any damage from any contact.
He had a little bit of contact going into turn 1 with... Oh, no he didn't. No, he just lost the rear. He just didn't seem to get on the throttle.
Third place Lopez slinking by. Yeah, so an unusual performance here for Alex. Typically, he's able to maintain fairly good paces. You see some of the other LMP2s in the background starting to catch up right to the LMP2s as they go through a lot of those. Oh, and a big collision there. Hevesy, Foz, and I didn't see who the other LMP2 was.
I believe that was Rob Moore in the Seawolf car.
So hopping back in time, it looked like it was gonna get real congested right there through Maggots and Beckett's, and sure enough. Oh, so there were actually two offs.
That was Mika Hakimi, who just hit the back of Ben Faz, who just caused the car park for the other LMP2 guys. Alright, so back to live images. LMP2's still trying to work their way through the last of the GTEs. It's certainly kind of shaken things up. Ben Foz is now back to 13th. As he was doing fairly well earlier on and just has kind of slipped back. Tunbridge getting another off track. Looks like he just might have extended a little bit in one of the corners, but yeah, he is struggling. Currently he's 9th, a little out of middle of the pack.
Ladeau has actually moved up ahead of Moore, and I believe that was as a result of those earlier collisions we saw. Rob Moore running in 8th place. So 10 laps in, and things are they're quick and exciting. And I thought I saw one of those MRTI cars going. He was way off on the left-hand side of the road. McKibben was. Though there was quite a bit of traffic there. He might have just been kind of working his way around. Certainly if you're in the middle of a battle for LMP2s. Oh! Lonchar and Vidal. Heading up towards the final complex of turns there. It's coming out of Hangar Straight, it looked like. So looking at Lonchar here, gets past. He's a little bit on the outside. Okay, so he just loses it, and Vittel goes with him. Or, sorry, Vidal. So Lonchar now in 10th place, Vidal right behind him, and Perez is now in the back of the pair. No changes at the front of the LMP2 field. So still Juba, Hatch, Lopez. Oh, and Vidal slips back. Had to spin around coming into the last corners there. It's going to knock him all the way to the back of the pack. Of course, this has all helped Delaro, who had a bit of an off earlier in that white BMW. So he's starting to catch up to some of these guys. There's Che Hatch running in 2nd place. Again, pretty steady with that gap to James. Although both of them have left George Lopez behind. That gap's several seconds now. What happened here with Parmasat? Through the final corner. Something going on there. Not sure what happened. Popping up to the top of the board, James Juba still leading against Che Hatch. That's a gap around 2.5 seconds. You can see both James and Che very aggressive through the S's. Suda losing a position. So Delaro, once again, he's starting to make up some of those positions. The Italian clawing his way back up through the order. He's got his eyes set on Ben Foz, who's had his own pile of grief to deal with. And then not far ahead is Perez, Lonchar, Tunbridge, who, as we mentioned before, he's dealing with some issues with that car. Hopping up to lappings right now, you can see that gap up to 1st place. It's about 4 to 5 seconds, seems to Adam. Grigolan is actually right there, as is Klein. Roger Decline. So a tight little battle pack here, 2nd through 4th. And that's kind of what Adam wants to see. He's like, yeah, you guys close up, start wringing each other's necks. LMP2 is starting to come up through the top of the GTE field now. I believe these are the last of them. Pseudo is now into the pits. So he either really cooked his tires or he copped some damage from...
Suto has a drive-through penalty.
Ah. Did not catch that. Any word on how he got that?
A collision coming into the last chicane on the first green lap.
Ah. So Rob Moore makes his way safely around the trio fighting for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the GTEs. And Mattia is now right on the back, well under a second, under half a second. He's onto the back of Lappings, and Ernest is going to have to go defensive as they go through the final corners. Roger Decline is falling a little bit away from these two, but if they start to cross swords, then he'll definitely be able to pull up. And you see Lappings there with a nice slide through one. On board with Lappings now, looking back to Grigolan. You can see him getting a little bit of a lockup there, so he's under pressure, serious pressure. And as predicted, Decline is able to close that gap a little bit. Looks like Breyer, who's on the bottom of the LMP2 field, is just about to come into these guys, so he gets around Rogier and without too much incident. He's able to get by the lot of them as they head into the S's. Oh, and he has a little bit of an off. So I'm seeing a little bit of that coming from some of the LMP2s in particular as they get through the end of Beckett's. They seem to have some issues coming onto the straight, just getting the car under power properly without oversteering. See Adam Karkaszewski going by there. He's got about a 6-second or so lead over these three guys. Roger Decline now coming onto the back of Golan. Oh, this is fun, good stuff. Pseudo is out of the pits, or actually has been now for a little bit. Going on board with Decline. So Lapping's going defensive. Decline loves to see that, because that means both of them are going to be slow as they come through the last few corners. Off of club, turn 18. These three have been close enough you could throw a blanket over them. All GTEs except for Pseudo on the same lap, lap 14. So they're fairly well into their tires and fuel at this point. You're going aggressively on the back of Lappings, making sure to get every bit of drafting. He goes for the pass, pushes Lappings wide. He barely holds on to it. Oh man, that was close. So I don't think Lappings is going to be able to get back onto the back of Mattia, but he's certainly going to keep driving hard just so that we can, if nothing else, just take advantage of that slipstream. Another lockup there. He's really pushing those tires. Oh, and he gets into the back of him. Ernest with a cheeky move is a bit of a lunge. I don't know that he really had any overlap there, as they're coming out of the S's. Going defensive on Rogier. Ernest being very aggressive. And a big slide. Really abusing those tires, it looks like. Looking, and Lappings does actually have the fastest lap, fastest time for the GTEs, 1:59, and I think it was a 6. Adam running at the front with the next fastest, and he's been able to pull away as these guys have been battling. He's well to about 10 seconds as Decline tries to go around the outside. With the crossover, Lappings, he had position there, but he didn't really have the car control. So those two touch, but Decline runs away with the position. So Lappings fighting really hard to try and hold on to those positions, but he falls from second down to fourth. And he's got some scars from the experience. He's looking again. So he seems to think that he has enough of play in his setup to be able to run up on these guys. Rogier trying to break the draft a little bit. Sebastian Parmasod is still a ways away from these guys. I'm not sure that he'll be able to do much there. And Alex Tunbridge actually took a position. Oh, Delaro, uh-oh. Big spin. What happened to him there? It looks like he just kind of overdrove it. Now we've
right, I'm all with you now. Stewards has been caught up.
Yes, Liam is triple duty as steward, commentator, and driver.
It's going to be a busy 4 hours, let me tell you that.
Another good reason to not have it more than 4 hours.
Yes, I'm not sure I could do this for 24 hours, to be honest.
Makes for a long day. So Delaro up to 11th after he had early race woes, mostly just kind of going off and falling back to last. He's moved up but has had another bit of an incident. We won't be able to go back and look at that, but it looked like he just kind of was on his own.
Ooh, Ernest Lappens. It's just DNF'd.
Yeah, and he was.
Ooh, looks like he was in the gravel. Whoa, okay. He's had a massive moment coming into Stowe. Just clipped the grass on braking, and that's race over. I think he's blown his engine.
Yeah, so looking back at what happened there. Missed the incident, but
yeah, he just clipped the grass on braking coming into Stowe and had a massive spin into the wall, taking out all the brake marker boards as well while he was at it, which is brilliant. But yeah, I think he just blew his engine with the contact, and that's race over from Ernest.
that's really tough after he fought so hard to try and hold on to those positions.
Ooh,
As
Alex Tonbridge is up the inside of Danilo.
Nascimento holding on to that position. So it looks like Alex is starting to get that car back under control.
Maybe he just needed a few laps to get into the rhythm of the race.
Yeah, and I know that he likes to run a looser setup for sure.
Yes,
So
which is not really to my liking, but sometimes you just got to deal with it.
ooh, the MRTI car cutting through the field. That's McKibben working his way through. Bit dodgy going up through Hangar Straight, but everyone comes out the other side. So this is a bit of a battle pack here. Another three-way. Alex is under pressure. Alessandro peeking up the inside as they come on to the front straight. He goes defensive and holds the position, although that's allowed Denio to pull away.
I do also believe we'll see a LMP2 pit stop soon, which will be very interesting with how close it is at the front between Che Hatch and James. Still only 2.5 seconds. It seems like it's been like that the whole race. So yeah, see who can maybe get the better pit entry / exit and stop in their marks quicker. Come out in the lead of the LMP2.
Yeah, if they're able to stay in lockstep like that for a majority of this first stint, it should be exciting through the rest of the race. Notice he kind of forced Denio a little bit wide there. So if Alex is able to kind of rally and put together some good laps, he should be able to close back up. Of course, Alessandro Mancuso is right there behind him. He's very aggressive. Another silver Porsche just running people down, although he certainly was giving a bit more room than Ernest was when he was making his lunges.
Yeah, I've just had a look at the lap times of Alex Tonbridge, and it seems like he's roughly 2 seconds slower than what we were doing in practice. And really, it's the same at the front of the grid. I was expecting the race pace to be low 59s into the 58s, but current fastest lap from our leader is a 59.9. So I think the railroad has really taken a hit for this session and has completely reset.
That would certainly make sense. Having a little bit of rubber down easily will add that time. DeLaro now losing a position as Ben Faz slips by, but he's fighting back. Ooh. Nearly chopped the nose, but was able to make that work. So all three of these drivers on screen have have had their own moments throughout the early part of the race. They're all fast guys. They're just having a couple mistakes here and there, getting caught up in others' mistakes. Man, that BMW's wide.
It's definitely a big boy.
You can see from Delaro there, as he's going through some of those turns, just getting a little wiggly on exit. That's probably not... Oh, Parmasad had a slow moment. It looked like he was caught a bit out. That's it's actually 4th place. So he's a benefactor to Lapin's falling out.
Ooh, Alessandro Mancuso has gone off during Maggots and Beckett's. Just seems like he just spun on his own. I'm not sure though. Maybe there was a bit of contact on the back of Alex Dunbridge's car. No, he just spun on his own. There was just sort of took it a bit too deep there on the apex and clipped the curb and sent it round.
And now that's going to put him back into the clutches of Perez, assuming he hasn't done too much to hurt those tires.
I think there might be a flat spot or two on them because he did spin straight onto concrete instead of taking the grass option, so...
I know most of my adventures like that end up with square wheels. One of the other reasons I'm not running in any of these endurance series right now. Just not enough seat time at the moment. Would love to get out there again. But I will settle with helping out on commentary.
Oh, as we've got the 2 LMP2 leaders in. Seems like James Zubia, I think I said that right, is at the further back pit box. We'll see him leave before Che Hatch. Yeah, we've also got the MRTO Gramelli in P4 coming in, as well as with the drillers of Gaber Havesi coming in as well. And Mika Hikimi, and Fred, and Rob Moore. So at the moment, out of the LMP2s, it's only Jorge Lopez that has stayed out on track. He seems to have been able to get the extra laps in. As James is just leaving his pit box now. He's out ahead of Che Hatch, but by how much as Che leaves now? So the gap is probably going to stay around the same, to be honest, between the two of them. Guess we'll see as we head out onto track. But the interesting thing is our P3 man of Jorge Lopez has stayed out on track, holding a decent lead actually over everyone. So we'll see how that pans out for him.
I'm sure he'll be in this next lap, if not the one after. But that is a long play. 4 hours still is long enough where you can work that fuel savings to your advantage.
Oh yeah, of course, especially in the LMP2s, because it's going to be very close to whether they have to put a splash in at the end, I think, with the 40-minute stints. I mean, they have come in with 40 minutes on the dot, which will put them, if my maths is correct, on target to finish as the race ends. So this extra lap could just save them from having to do the splash at the end of the race.
It's very easy to get caught out with fuel, which looking at Lopez on screen right now, he is in probably about halfway through his stop at this point. So James will slip on by.
And so Che, but Che's lost out quite a bit during that pit stop. He's now around 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, so yeah, and he actually coming off of pit road, he looked like he was struggling with the car just a touch. I think that was going onto Hangar Straight, or possibly through. I can't remember where he was. Somewhere back in the earlier complex of turns, but yeah, he was either it was cold tires or just missed his mark badly, but that certainly didn't help his time. And now he's into GTE traffic. Lopez is out, but he is back to third, right where he was before.
Seems like he's got a big lead over P4.
Fred
I'm not sure how that was before the pit stops.
It was sizable.
Yeah, Che Hatcher's lost roughly around a second from that pit stops. It's now down to 4.6 seconds, the gap between the two. And yeah, so let's see what can happen during this race.
So Breyer actually has slipped back a little bit, so he's still in fourth, but now McKibben in that Grimelli car is closing in. He's actually closing in quickly. Riding on board now with Breyer, looking back at McKibben, and you can see just how fast he's closing that gap. Riley was able to clear the GTE traffic, and it's like a shark after a bleeding fish right now.
Yeah, as he looks to the inside of Stowe, doesn't look like he's going to be close enough for a move, unless he properly sends it on the brakes. Which what he has done! Oh, late braking move there from Riley, but he's made the apex well. I feel like Fred just broke a bit earlier. Yeah, as he comes into the pits again, or is he not pitted yet?
Maybe I don't know if he did pit actually.
No, he hasn't pit.
Wow, so he's been able to. Yeah.
He's gained so much time with.
I'm just looking back up through the pits just to make sure, and I don't see his name in any of those interactions. So yeah, this is his first stop. That's impressive.
That's very impressive. I really did not.
Although looking at it, he has only done 24 laps, while the rest of the leaders have done 25. So he's further back.
He just leaves his pit stop now. Yeah, he's going to come out at the back of the LMP2 field, just only about pit straight ahead of James. He's coming around to lap him for the first time.
So looking quickly here, riding on board with Che Hatch, who just scored the fastest lap at a 1:46.8. So he is.
Yeah, he gained about 8 tenths of a second there on James that last lap, or since they've come out the pit stops, I should say.
So the big wheel input there.
Yeah, his last lap, James's last lap was a 47.5 compared to the 46.8 of Che. Yeah, Che's been faster than him in the first 2 laps of this stint, so the gap is really coming down.
You can see through Brooklands that James is not too far off. It looks like he's got a lot of wheel input, and he's a man on a mission to be able to close that gap down, although that's going to be hard on his tires, just looking at the attitude of the car. Pascal Eggert getting a bit off track, down in 5th place in GTE. He's just watching real quick here through Maggots and Beckett's. again, they're really just throwing it through there. It's no wonder that some of the drivers have been a bit overextended on the left-hand side of the road there, coming on the Hangar Straight, just because of how much they're sending it through those corners.
Che definitely seems like a man on the mission with how late he's braking. So James is getting held up by the LMP2 of Fred coming through the final chicane as well. That's really not going to help his lap times. It's just another few temps that Che's going to have on him this lap, I think.
We'll see if Breyer...
Yep, 3.2 seconds the gap is now. Gained another 6 temps that lap.
So what would the play be on this one? If he chases him down and gets by, obviously he'll have worked his tires much harder than James. I mean, won't he just get that position back, or do you think he'll just try and be very defensive?
I don't believe the tyres will actually make much of a difference around here, because the LMP2s are changing tyres every stop. So if he can get past and have the track position coming into the next set of pit stops, then with the fresh tyres again, he's just going to pull the gap. So it's going to be close between them. Definitely looking like a very exciting race from now on, obviously.
So then
yeah, it's just James getting held up by traffic again there, coming into Cops. Is that? Yeah, that's Cops. I have to remember my track name, corner names. But Che Hatch now getting held up by the LMP2 of Fred Breyer and GTEs through maggots. Oh! A little bit of contact there with Fred on the exit of the...
looking back at Che.
Oh, and again with the GTE.
He might have scrubbed a touch of damage there on the front. Probably just light.
He's going to lose about half a second there to James this lap. So feels like the gap's still coming down though between them.
Now closed up to the back of Breyer. It's not going to help him.
Just stuck in the box between Benfaz and him. Oh! Definitely a man on the mission. He has not taken any prisoners. But yeah, the gap's straight back up to 4.6. So the last 3 laps of gaining 6 tenths a lap is just out the window. Just through that half a lap there.
So then the other question.
Do it all again.
If tires aren't a concern, will fuel be?
Well, yeah, that's probably the more key factor. If they're both running in mix 3, then fuel stints are around 40 minutes, which will be perfect for this race. It's one of the main reasons why the 4-hour mark is probably the best way to go about it with the race length, because the LMP2 pit stops are 40 minutes at a time. So if you really save fuel, you can save a pit stop at the end of the race, which is what we were talking about earlier with the extra lap from Jorge Lopez, who really isn't that far behind Che Hatch. So yeah, it's going to be really close between them, I think. As we see our first GTE pit stop of Ian Longcar coming in the 52-minute mark.
Roland's losing a position right now. Looks like to Adam. Or I'm sorry. No, he just had an off track. Mattia falling prey to... Oh, he must have been up in... Was he up
must have
ahead?
made the move. I'm not sure.
So he's right up there in the leader. He's right behind Adam.
I thought Adam had a clear lead. Let's have a look back at this then. Yeah, he was. Oh no. He was right on the back of Adam as... Gaber went up around the outside of them into turn 2, made it 3 wide, and Adam just did the cutback and got back ahead of him. Yeah, a little bit of contact there between Gaber and the 2 GTE leaders, which that was a bit of a heart and mouth moment as they went 3 wide into turn 3 or 2. The second braking zone, no, the first braking. Oh, I don't know, but yeah, turn 3 we'll call it.
So Adam now is either he's slowed his pace a little bit for conservation purposes to allow this to happen, or Mattia has he's just dropped the hammer and he is he's slowly pushed his way
Yeah,
up
but
there.
Tia has been. Oh, he set his fastest lap 2 laps ago on the old tyres that he's had on since the start of the race, which is. I don't know how he's done that, to be honest. Well, Adam's just been in the high 2-minute ones, so maybe he took a little bit more out of his tyres at the start of the race. And Mattia's time to push now. As we come towards the GTE pit stop time, I believe it's around an hour for them.
Vidal having some issues here. It looks like he's on the back side of the track. Yeah. If that's correct. Yeah, that's coming out of club, so he was having some issues there. Wasn't sure if that was going to end up playing into the front of this GTE battle pack, but yeah, Adam under pressure for first place of the GTEs. Currently riding on board now, looking back at Grigolin in second place, and there is some LMP2 traffic coming through, which made a difference when he was trying to hold the lead earlier. And not far off in the distance is Roger Decline. Although it looks like he may have fallen back just a little bit. I'm sure once the LMP2's kind of pushed through, Mattia pulling right up onto the back of him. He's got that nose shoved right up under the wing.
He won't have to run into this corner unless he properly sends it on the brakes, like what we see. Who was it? Riley. Did he do it on the Fred Breyer into Cox?
Ooh, pass up the inside, but the crossover gets Adam right back into first.
I just realised I was on a minute delay then. So yeah, we'll ignore that.
Trying to wonder, what is he watching? How did he see this coming? So Grigolin briefly up to first, but both drivers giving each other plenty of room, not leaning on one another. It's still early on. We're just getting to the end of the first hour. Lockup for Adam. As he cuts
I thought
back.
Mattia was just going to slide right out the inside then with the apex left through.
Out through 4 and 5. On to Hanger Straight.
He's not close enough for a move along here now. Maybe if he can get a good run out of Maggotts and Beckett's. It does seem like Adam's definitely struggling now on the tyres, but it's very close to the pit stop, so I really don't know when they're going to stop. He's going to be within the next maximum of 5 laps, I think. So as we see Pascal Egger in the pits in a Porsche, looks like he's got steering damage actually. Has he had an incident there?
That Team Scuderia has had some struggles between this race and the last one.
Yeah, he's had an incident somewhere. He's had that for a while. Oh, he crashed into Maggotts and Beckett. He just touched the grass. He just lost the rear. He didn't even touch the grass and just slid straight into the wall. So he had to go around the rest of the lap with steering damage. There's going to be a lot of repairs there. At least 2 minutes, I'd say.
Briefly,
he's got a lot of steering damage there.
Boy, quickly hopping back over into GTE's, Delaro is sandwiched between some LMP2s as he was fighting with Ben Foss for position.
Them LMP2's very close. Who's that? That's Riley, McKibben, and Gaber.
And quickly going to the top of the order, James Juba through the S's of Maggotts and Beckett's, having a bit of a slide out, and that's allowed Che Hatch to gain some track position on him.
Gap back down to 2.5 seconds. See Alex Tunbridge back on the back of Danilo. Sort of been in and out whether he's close or not to the back. Coming into the pit stop phase to see if he can make a move. As Mattia's got past Aldo for the lead of GTE. We've missed that one.
So a lot kicking off now just as we're closing in the end of the GTE stint.
Che Hatch has gained another 7 temps on James. down to 1.8 now. So just fight for the lead, fight in the mid pack. It's all hotting up, and I'm not looking forward to it because I've got to get in the car.
You're taking over for Alex?
Yes.
All right, sixth place. Don't screw
Yeah,
it up.
well, I did say top 5 as our target, and it's looking like we are right on the back of P5, so it's looking possible.
Now, I don't think Adam is going to be able to push back to Mattia. Now, Mattia was starting to work those tires a bit more, so if things even out, they could start to go to blows again. Vidal is in. Back in 11th place for GTEs. Delaro still ahead of Tunbridge. I'm sorry, no. Sorry, different battle. I was thinking Denio. I believe the other Italian. So Delara looking back to Ben Foz. These two have sort of been on top of each other through a lot of the race.
I think Delaro, has made that move on Ben Faz recently. He was behind him when he had that moment with the LMP2s with him. As we see Che Hatch now almost within a second of James. It's down to 1.3. Because James is stuck in traffic.
On the back of third place, Roger Decline.
That gap is definitely going to be within a second now. If Che Hatch can get him before Cops, then that is going to be... I don't know whether he will. It's going to be close.
So I did say the lone Corvette.
Yeah, he's going for it. I believe there's 2 Corvettes. Sebastian Parmesan is also in a Corvette. Yes, Mattia's pulled away from Adam now, as we see quite a few GT pit stops. We've got Alessandro Mancuso from P4, I think, or P5. No, P4.
Well, he's fallen down to 10th at this point, as Ben Foz pulls in.
So 2 Porsches in. So far we've only seen Porsches come in, but that's because 3/4 of the GT grid is Porsche. So
it's a popular ride.
Oh, as Adam is in the pits, Mattia has stayed out.
So not only was he able to improve pace, but he's also extending his fuel run.
So I guess we'll have to see whether the undercut's going to work for Adam, because they were within a second of each other coming into the pit stop as the 2 GT LMP2 leaders, pass him. He's gone a bit wide there at turn 3. Yeah, the GT pit stop phase is starting now with an hour in, so setting up perfectly for just the 4 stints for the GTEs.
On board now with Che Hatch looking at the LMP2 battle for the lead. And he's close. He's very close.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times, they've been very close the last few laps. It's both running in the mid to high 48s. So yeah, it's just a battle of who can be the most consistent. And so far, it seems to be James with the incidents that Chase had. Chase just been a little bit quicker, but caught up, had an incident, and dropped back. So yeah, let's see how it goes for the rest of the stint.
Very strong push through the S's.
Just 1.2 seconds the gap between them. Let's see whether Mattia comes in this lap to counter the undercut from Adam. just coming around Stone now. And yes, he's heading into the pits now. So, who's going to come out in front? Seems like Adam has not had any sort of traffic getting in his way. Oh, I say that.
Still riding on board with the James and Che battle, just looking back while kind of keeping an ear out for what's going on with the leaders of GTE. Roger Decline is also in. Delaro is out.
Delaro and Roger Decline. Refused connection due to invalid vehicle selection or configuration.
What?
Right, okay. Welcome to R Factor 2, everybody. As Mattia is just leaving his pit box now, I think Adam's going to get him. I think Adam's performed the undercut and has made his way past.
So there he goes, yes.
Adam heads into turn 1. Mattia's just letting off the pit limiter now. And yeah, that's a few second gap between them.
Decline was
so
far
Roger
behind.
Decline is an AI and is heading out onto track, which could be very interesting.
Well, at least they'll keep that car going, I guess. That would be a shame if they're not able to take back control, though, just because they've been running a very strong race so far and have been able to hold that third place position for quite a while.
Doesn't look like the AI is driving though, that's the issue. It just looks like he's driving normally. Oh, as Alex Tunbridge has overtaken the person he was staring at the back of for so long at the pits.
Alex Tunbridge just copped a penalty.
Is he?
Shows up as though he got one. I'm wondering if maybe it was speeding on pit road if he took off the limiter too quickly. The back end of that car looking a little secondhand. So we'll have to see if he comes in again to serve it on this next lap, or if he's trying to get it removed or anything like that. I could be wrong. I'm just going off of the...
I believe Alex Tunbridge made the position pass because there was a driver swap with Danilo, and now Tanguy de Brekel there is in the car.
Another DNF, it looks like Pseudo.
Still says the AI of Robert Decline is driving around, but it doesn't seem like an AI, which is interesting.
Yeah, big lockup there. Let's see which... yeah, it looks like it's through the arena section of the track out onto the hangar straight. Or I'm sorry, not hangar straight, the straight up to Brooklands.
Alex Tunbridge back in the pits. Oh, he's missed the pit box. He's had to reverse back. What's he doing?
Well, if he got a penalty for speeding, it should be a 10-second. Yeah, there he goes. For a second there, it looked like the car dropped as though he was getting service, but maybe that's just an affect of how R Factor does the stops. Certainly looks like he is serving it to stop and go.
Just in front of Tanguy, who is right behind the whole of last stint.
And who did Tanguy hop in for?
He replaced Danilo, I believe. I can't remember his last name. And that's I'm not going to try and pronounce it. I don't want to offend everyone on the grid with my pronunciations of the last names.
I was just gonna let you do it. Is that Parmesan? Parmesan?
Nascimento.
Ah, Nascimento.
I'm sorry, Danilo, if you're listening to this in the chat. Um,
Che Hatch is in.
oh, so he's coming for the undercut this time. He went a lap longer last time, didn't he? No, they came in on the same lap.
Same lap.
That is a very early stop, actually. That's about 10 minutes before I would have expected them to come in.
Perez
He's only done a
coming
half
in.
an hour stint.
Is it possible he cooked his tires too much in his run up to James, or?
I'm really not sure because his pace has been fine. Like, it hasn't dropped off massively. Doesn't seem like he's had an accident anywhere.
And Tunbridge is also back in.
Back in the pits again. What's he playing at?
I'm not sure,
He's
but
been in the pit lane twice.
Hevesy had an incident, a straight line into the wall.
Let's have a look at that then, as we look at the replay. So he's coming into turn 1, it seems. Does he just clip the grass on the outside? Yeah. Oh, that was really weird. He just went on the grass and just drove straight into the wall.
Very peculiar. Ooh, that was a hard hit too.
Oh, okay. So we've had a driver change in the P2L and P2. We've got Calvin Reinhardt now in the car instead of Che Hatch.
So Reinhardt in for Hatch. And Hevesy seems to be having some issues. Which is not surprising after going nose long right into that tire bundle.
I'm really not sure what happened there. Well, Yuri was just removed. I don't believe he was in a car. He was just spectating. I just feel like today the service just doesn't like any of us. After all the incidents we had before, and before the race started.
Oh boy. Yep, and a little bit of touch there. Hevesy getting into Brecalier as they come out of the final corner, and that looked a little unnecessary. They kind of leaned on each other.
Wow.
Tengai de Brecalier is up in 5th. Although he's now under attack by Peter Stather, who has just subbed in. I'm not sure who he took over for.
Yeah, I was just about to congratulate everyone for the clean driving on track. We haven't had an incident reported since lap 10 of the race. So, but yeah, I guess I almost said that a bit too soon, as we've got another driver swap of Mika Hakimi getting out of the car for Prinz. I'm just going to say Prinz.
So Prinz in, Hakimi out. Just looking up the order now to see what we can see. We quickly looking here. James Juba is right now through Maggots into Beckett's, and he has a very sizable lead after Hatch came in and swapped out with Reinhardt. George Lopez actually now just getting to the S's at Maggots and Beckett's. Sorry about that, just had to step away for a moment and take care of some quick personal business. So Launchar getting a couple dings here for going off track, but it looks like he's just pushing a bit through a couple spots. Now he was through some traffic there. Uh-oh, a DNF for Reno DeLaro. I tried to hop back to see what I could find there in terms of what was going on. And Roger Decline having a bit of an issue. I'm not sure if, again, if we know if that's him or not. Could just be a fluke in the way it's reporting who's controlling it. It did say that it was under AI control before, but it looks to be fine at the moment.
Yeah, it does still say that he's under AI control, but yeah, nothing so far.
So we see Lopez, who's currently in second, coming up behind. So they go out through Stowe and into Vale. Nice clean pass. It looked like it was going to be a little exciting as they went through Stowe, but everything worked out just fine. Launchar getting another bit of an issue. That was coming through Arena.
Just having a look at Calvin Reinhardt's lap times after obviously performing the undercut on James, and I think he might come out in front of him.
Ferrari into Launchar. That is for 10th place in the GTE field. Bit of a tap through the first set of corners. And he's on the attack again, but pulls up short so he doesn't make a collision. It was almost a repeat.
That was very close there.
Yeah, looked like he was going to be another Lappings moment, but...
yeah, the same sort of incident happened with Ben Faz earlier on in the race. That's why I believe someone got a drive-through. When he had that spin, he just sort of went for the lunge at the last second and tapped the rear of Ben Faz and sent him round.
Yeah, it's certainly being in the driver's seat when you're getting racy and you want to get in that position. You know you've got the run, you've got the power to be able to do it, but sometimes you get right into that gray zone when it's like, I might could have it, and then well, sometimes you don't.
Definitely had that a few times in my past when go for the move and then you realise halfway through there's going to be a crash.
But that's what makes it interesting. Is see Ferrari having a bit of an off going on to Hanger. And McKibben there he's touching on the grass. Not sure what that was about, if it was just the server or if he was not quite paying attention.
It's just on the back of Calvin Reinhardt, which is our effectively P2 car at the moment, I believe. I don't know if he's just trying to push a little bit too hard and make them move.
So yeah, MRTI Gramelli cars, 3rd and 4th as they go through GTE traffic. It looks like they're coming onto the back of Breyer, I think that is, in that white LMP2 car. Oh, Vidal. As we were talking about Roger Decline just a moment ago, he seems to have come across an issue. Hop back to that moment. So that was out of Maggots and Beckett's going down through. Oh no, he just spins on his own and starts to give it some power right in front of Roger Decline. Fortunately, Decline was paying attention, was able to make it through without incident. So currently looking at 3 DNFs, Lappings, who had that incident where he had a hard knock to the engine. Suda was next, but recently we had Delaro, who's actually scoring behind Sudo. Haven't gotten word yet if those were disconnects or not. Taking a quick pop over to the Stewart discussion. Doesn't seem to be any issue going on in the recent past in terms of Stewart's announcements involving.
I'm just looking at an incident now as you speak.
Most recent one with Scuderia and ADN, but looks like it was a racing incident. And that's my game there. So Reinhardt is pulling around Vidal right there, and Juba is back into the pits. So there is the leader. We'll see. So Lopez is well and far behind. In fact,
We need
there
to see
he is.
where Calvin Reinhardt comes out compared to James.
Lopez inherits the lead. So it looks like we're waiting on Reinhardt and McKibben, who were battling 3rd and 4th a little bit ago. They were well far behind. I mean, this is going on 15, 16 seconds easily now. James pulls out from his stop. So the Grigolan, so looking at GTE real quick as they kind of are on screen there. There's Adam and Mattia. So Adam back to first, Mattia not far behind, just a couple of seconds. About 3 seconds now. While they head out from Arena down to Brooklands. Rob Moore is now in. Loses a spot to Fred Ledoux, who's in 6th place. Hop over to this Karkajewski and Mattia Grigolin. So right there, Reiner, who's running third in LMP2, makes his way past the end of for a second there, I thought that, yeah, at the end of Beckett's there, so not far behind. Looks like that gap has come up just a little bit. So drive-through penalty for the number 19 Drillers. Apparently they cut across the front of ADN Racing, causing a collision and a spin.
That would be the incident that we saw on the start-finish straight with the GTE car.
So Gabor Hevesi is going to cop a penalty and falls back to the back of the LMP2 field. So Grigolin is falling a little bit a ways, but if we look to the history of what these guys did on their first stint, Adam was aggressive to the start and then kind of fell off towards the end. Mattia seems to be kicking it up a little bit right now. He doesn't have nearly the same GTE traffic to battle with and hold him up like he did from the start. So he'll probably hang with Adam just a little bit longer through the beginnings of this fuel stint. I imagine that gap will close up as they get to the end. Prin's having a bit of a moment. As they head out from Stowe to Valen Club. Looks like it wasn't too bad though. And now Lopez is out. And actually there was a driver swap. It looks like Carlos Pons. Oh no, and Decline having an incident. He's way off track. He gets that thing kind of
Let's have
booted
a
up and
look
around.
at what just happened there. Ain't like everyone, he's just lost the rear. Yeah, he's just lost the rear on the Magnuson Beckett's complex and spun and just missed the wall. That was so close.
Yeah, just that weight transfer sent him way off. Yeah, he managed to just get away with it. He's going to lose a ton of time getting that going, but he didn't stall it, so that's important. Back to live images. So he hasn't lost position. John Nelson is now up to 4th. Let's see. Oh, and Decline
He
having
spun again.
another spin.
That's at turn 1.
Those tires taking some serious abuse. He's going to extend a little bit there as he tries to get himself back under control. Doesn't seem like an AI. Maybe it does.
I think that answers all our questions about whether that actually is an AI or not. As we see our extending LMP2 car, who seems to be able to extend the fuel 2 laps every stint, now into the pit 8 minutes after everybody else.
Fred Ledoux heading out. James Juba with a 146.7 setting the next fastest lap of the race. And he has, he's got all the time in the world right now back to Calvin Reinhardt. Trying to pick up where he is. Rob Moore now picking up a spot as he goes by Ledoux up into 6th place. For the Seawolf ride. Kind of a shame we didn't see more of the of those cars, any more of those teams show up for the series.
Yeah, Seawolf used to well, in the old series, obviously one of my rivals as an old LMP2 driver. I can still remember that Bahrain race where for 3 hours straight there was me and two Seawolf guys battling it out for the lead, which was, yeah, I didn't find it too fun while in the car, but when I got out I actually realised how much fun I actually had during that race. It was class,
Absolutely.
to be honest. So much respect for their team and everything that's happened with them. And it's good to see them on the grid.
I think Moore was trying to get out of James's way there, and James is like, no, I want to catch some draft off you and boost my speed here.
It's one of the most annoying things in LMP2. All you want is a tow from either a GT or another LMP2, and they never give it to you.
They're just like, nope, I'll get out of your way. Pardon.
So we see Mattia is close back up to Adam again.
Riding on board now, Grigolan. Looking ahead to first place of the GTEs. Ooh, see Pons just sling right on by. Just give you an idea of how much quicker those LMP2s are.
Yeah, it's not until you drive a GT that you actually realise how much slower they are to an LMP2. I don't feel like they're too much slower, but in the corners, in the high-speed corners, definitely their downforce just kicks in, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, there's nothing like going into a high braking corner after a long straight and then having an LMP2 just blow up in your in your rearview mirror like a monster jumping out of the closet. Just
It's not as bad as what the Sennas were. They came out of nowhere to pass you. Even in an LMP2, I don't want to be in a series where I'm GTE with a Senna in it. That would just be too scary.
Unless there was a lot of twisty-turny stuff, then they could get caught out just because they didn't have that that same downforce or that same grip through the corners.
Yeah, the McLaren Senna is just a GTE with a bigger engine, really.
Yeah.
There really isn't much difference between it, apart from the immense straight line speed that it has.
Immense is right. There's Alex Tunbridge on screen in front of our leaders and now behind them. So he's fallen back to 7th place between Stather in 6th and Vidal in 8th, although Vidal has been having some issues.
Yeah, we're still not too far off of our target of the top 5, really. So, still a long way to go. I'm sure we can make our way forward.
27 minutes to the halfway point. So plenty to happen. Going riding close behind Adam. I think these two know that they're fairly well matched throughout the race, so they're not doing anything overly exuberant. They're just kind of staying on top, a little bit of flash there. Now, whether that gentlemanly behavior continues on, if they're like this within the last couple minutes, couple laps of the race, it's to be seen. I hope they are able to maintain this up to the end of the race, because that'll be great for everybody. So Roger Decline. He's out of the pits, still holding 3rd.
It's just me that missed that Mattia is in front of Adam.
Yes.
Right, okay.
It's okay. You're remember, you've got a lot going on.
I've got too much going on at the moment.
Plenty in your orbit.
I need to figure out when I need to leave and join Tunbridge. Get in the car.
Yeah.
I'll try and find someone else to come and replace me.
No worries if not. I'll stick around. We might do a short break at the halfway point. We'll see. But looking at Ferrari right now, he had a bit of an issue just a few moments ago. Yeah, Liam, you'll probably so you won't have any time to get in and warm up or practice in single player or anything like that, huh?
No. However, I do need to, because I need to go and assign the setup so we don't blow up when I get in the car. Because I forgot to do that this morning with all the rush and everything. So I might need to leave you very soon, actually, just to be safe.
Yeah. You do what you have to with the many plates you're spinning, and you know, we'll hold down the fort here.
All right. Well, good luck for the rest of the race. I'll leave you here then. Just want to say thank you to all the teams that have taken part so far. Sorry for all the issues that we had at the start, and we're still learning. Well, make sure we get it all sorted for the next round. I'll see you in Monza.
All right, thanks, Liam. Good luck.
Thank you, Ross. Good luck for the rest of the stream. I'll see you later.
Okay, so let's see. We're looking at just following up real quick on some of the YouTube comments here to see if there's anything that I can follow up with. And apologize again to Danilo Nascimento for saying your name wrong. Again, no live timing for this race. There are just some issues where the software was not cooperating. I would love to put the gaps up on screen. Unfortunately, that's an issue with some of these SimHub overlays where they aren't pulling that. And I would be able to dictate some of that, but again, without live racers up, can't really look at that. Just kind of have to take a guess based on what we see. But we'll do what we can to make sure that we get caught up here on the most lively battles. And Linus Lindvall pointing out the Bahrain race that was being reminisced over a little bit ago. A bit difference of opinion. Okay, so 2 minutes 22 seconds left after an hour delay, roughly an hour delay from the start, owing to some complications with server startup and getting everybody in. Fortunately, we were able to. 24 cars on the grid, and there have been some requests for the new R-Factor 2 overlays. We will try and get that incorporated. Certainly it's about a month away, so they have some time to work on those and get them up to spec. So fingers crossed that we should, and if it's available, then we're going to do our best to get that in there, so that way we get a nice, fresh, clean look to the broadcast overlay. Because who doesn't like fancy graphics? Briefly at Roger Decline coming out of the pits. I'm not sure if he took on tires from his last time in. But either he's got fresh ones or old ones, because he's sliding around like a madman. So let's quickly go to the top of the field here and see what's going on. So James Juba, from the start of the race, had an early lead and has been holding it this entire time. Calvin, well, I shouldn't say the entire time. There were a few swaps out between fuel stints. And you can see in the background there, coming into Maggots and Beckett's, Calvin Reinhardt has been pursuing James throughout the race. Gap is much larger than it has been. He did stay quite close for a very good portion, but currently has fallen back. Still plenty of time left to go, and that gap in endurance racing is not a huge one, especially as James starts to come into traffic. As mentioned, Calvin Reinert is back here, coming up onto Fred Breyer, or sorry, it's Ledoux, Fred Ledoux, the other Fred in the white car. So not much of a charge now, just coming on to do lap 54, the same as James. Carlos Pons back in third place. Believe that was Lopez who was driving that car earlier. So the gap there, obviously you can see coming through Hangar Straight, is quite sizable. So he's doesn't really have any pressure from behind. No reason to push really for to try and catch up to the guys in the top order. Right now he's got a pretty solid chance at holding that podium spot. If he stays steady, then maybe he can take advantage of any misfortune that befalls the guys at the front. Martin Farkas seems to have been came into a bit of an issue. It looks like he lost a position to Rob Moore. Ooh, and we've got a spin in the background. It's Alex Tunbridge. So coming around turn one, sorry, not turn one, because that's going into Maggots Beckett's. Yeah, he just, it looks like he drove just a little bit too hard off of the corner, and it just turned the back end right around. Sent him towards the wall. It looked like he might have kept off of it, or if he did make contact, it was just slight. Okay, so a bit of excitement there. So back to the top orders here in the LMP2. So Prins for Team MR here. Still no live timing there. Sorry about that, folks. Just taking a quick look at these standings. Trying to pick up the team names here. Who's running? Unfortunately, I don't have any numbers to go with it, but anyway, sorry. Continuing on. So we've got Shin Prins running fourth, and Rob Moore in fifth, with Seawolf coming through Maggots, through Beckett's now. Off on the Hangar Straight. Past Brakelier, who was having some excitement earlier on. That car's currently running in fifth. Then Martin Farkas with Grimelli Racing. He is currently in sixth place, not too far behind Moore. So that battle's heating up just a little bit. So about 4 or 5 seconds behind. And then right back behind those two, Fred Ledoux. So the 5th, 6th, and 7th place positions just a straightaway between all of them. And then back behind them is Gabor Havesi. As he's coming now onto the front stretch. So he's actually not too terribly far behind that group. If he's able to maintain some consistent times and laps, then he should be able to catch up. And then at the back of the grid, Fred Breyer was now coming onto the front stretch. So he too isn't terribly far behind, although he just got lapped by James Juba. John Nelson having a slide off the track. Those S's just have been catching a lot of people up, particularly GTEs. It's very easy to get crossed up there with the constant weight transfer back and forth. So that was LMP2. Back to the to GTEs. We've got Mattia. Try this again. Grigolin. Oh, I guess he didn't have the issues with the pronunciation. So Mattia ahead of Adam Kakajewski, who's back there in second, running in that BMW. Adam was running first in the GTEs as Mattia goes way wide. I believe that was through Stowe. Nice lazy corner through the track coming up. Beyond. Or I'm sorry, no, this was actually at the backside of the track. That was. Yeah, so going out through Club. So anyway, Grigolin running in first, starting to just pull away from Adam a little bit, but we've seen these two back and forth through the entire race, and a lot of it's coming down to just sort of consistency and strategy in terms of saving tires early and then pushing later, or doing the opposite, trying to build a gap just so that way you've got something to work from through the rest of the stint. So as mentioned, Adam back behind. So maintaining that about 2 to 3 second gap, just depending on where they are on the track. Where's your decline? Following up in third. He's been there consistently. He was actually well in position to challenge the leaders, but he had some mishaps. He was going off through, I believe it was Beckett's, and just, or possibly right through that section there. I don't recall, but coming off of one of the turns, he just had a big moment. The car went out from underneath him, sliding him out towards the wall. He kept it off, didn't get any damage. Certainly didn't help his tires, though, or his time to the guys in front. But still maintaining third. He's on pace to hold a really good podium finish. Be well deserved for that team. And I think Lalu might be the other driver for that team. Which we should be seeing swaps here before too long as we come up to the halfway mark. John Nelson in fourth place. We saw him earlier having a bit of a moment as he heads now down towards Copes. Sorry, Brooklands, heading into Brooklands. Now he's up through Luffield and Woodcote. Now heading down towards Copes as Reinert, and now Forbes is, or sorry, Farkas. Martin Farkas is coming up behind. So the Team Gramelli car is starting to get close enough to possibly do battle. Just quickly to catch up back to the rest of the field, Brecalier is, he came in, swapped in on the last stop, currently up to 5th place, and he is fighting with Stather, who is a ways away. Not too far though. That team has been pretty consistent. And then you get about halfway through the order, you have Alex Tunbridge, who's been having his own set of woes throughout most of the race. Had a speeding penalty for disengaging the limiter a little bit too early, or maybe some mishap with that going onto pit road, not quite sure, but copped a penalty, stop and go for 10 seconds, and then he was back in shortly after there to perform a stop. And I believe, and that was all right after an initial stop, and you can see the car looking a little bit dinged up after getting into it with a few of his competitors. So Liam Rance, who was commentating earlier, he'll be swapping into that car here in just a little bit. And then right behind him is Vidal. So this is for position. They're not far apart, just a couple seconds, a few seconds back to come onto the hangar straight. Thomas Vilzonis has swapped in, running in one of the generic Porsches. This team's just sort of been steadily going along. They've mostly kept their nose clean. There are a couple dings here and there, as I believe that was from just the earlier going when everyone was bunched up, but no major issues with this team. They've mostly kept their nose clean and stayed under the radar. Haskell Eggert down below. This is back in 10th place for the GTEs. That Scuderia team, just both cars have just kind of had their own struggles throughout the race. Just either finding consistency or pace, or both. Not to say that they haven't been trying. They've been doing all right. Oh, and apparently Calvin Reinert has copped a penalty. So looking real quick, see if we can pick out what was happening there. Nothing announced yet. We'll see if we can get that caught up later, because that is for 3rd position. That's going to cost him big time. Possibly the podium. Dipping back through the rest of the GTE field, Ferrari, who swapped in the last stop, currently running 20th overall, 11th for position in the GTEs. He had some interesting battles earlier on. You can see there's a little bit of battle damage there, but actually was fairly good at giving some room as he goes and pushes wide there on the last corner. Oh no, and Adam Krakashewski has spun out going through turn 1 into turn 2. So that's for second, well, that is second place. Big lock up there. He's really hurting those tires. They're coming to the end of their stint, or at least they should be here before too long. They're about an hour for the fuel tanks. So he's got at least a few more laps, if not a few more, on that setup on those tires. So he's really got to make it last, and he locks up again. My. Heading down to Brooklands into left field, up through Woodcote. Okay, we're going to see if we can get back through. So going to Ian Lonchar, again, the other Scuderia. Actually, sorry, there's been a change. It's Schienemann now has hopped into that car. So really hoping to see more from the Scuderia guys. They've been pretty strong in some of the other classes we've seen in the past. And just for whatever reason, we're not seeing quite the same performance. The guys are staying fairly consistent though, and some of it certainly not of their own making when they just get caught up in some of the other incidents going on around them. And then off the rest of the grid we have Pseudo, Laro, and Lappings, all out. Lappings having that crash early on as he was tumbling down from 2nd to 4th, putting on a really strong fight, but ended up just going off after he kind of cooked his car in an attempt to hold those positions. And again, not sure what happened to DeLaro and Pseudo. Prinz is in. So that's 4th place. And there's Alex Tunbridge into the pits now, so we should see Liam Rance hop on probably a little bit sooner than Liam would have liked, because he needed to go in and get his setup put in, but he should have been able to do that by now. No one else in yet. Oh, Nelson having another bit of an off. And that's the same spot we saw, I'm sorry, Decline going. So yeah, it was out of Beckett's. It is a tricky complex of corners, and if your tires have just been getting railed throughout the race, they're not going to want to hold on to those quick transfers away. Vidal's around, so it looks like he kind of just outbraked himself there. So Vidal and it's Wetzonis. So there's Schoenemann right behind him. Schoenemann is a lap behind, so that is not for position. Although Vidal definitely scuttled out of there as though it were. And Eggert having a bit of an issue. Going back to him, that was from a little bit earlier. So Tunbridge is out, Liam Rance is in. So we'll see if Liam is able to do anything with this ride. They're now back to 10th. If you recall, he was saying that they're looking at a top 5, possibly 5th place position. So we'll see if he can bust it out for the last half of the race. Liam taking up the torch for commentating, driving, and stewarding. Hopping up to the front of the GTE class here. Tia well out in front. In fact, I'm not seeing Adam anywhere. So Reinert and looked like that was Farkas back there, although that wouldn't be for position now. I believe Farkas took that penalty from earlier. So as we close in on the halfway point, things have kind of cooled down here. Still some good gaps being maintained, particularly along the top orders of both classes. Good pass, Reiner. Gonna step away and take a break and sort of keep the stream going, but commentary will be back shortly. So enjoy the sights and sounds, and thank you for watching. Okay, sorry for the long break, everyone, but just had to take care of some things. So, getting back into it, catching a couple LMP2 cars here, taking some shorter routes through a few of these areas. Looks like they're just kind of getting off under power, mostly through the S's. But looking at the top of the chart, Isaac Morris is now leading the way. And have the LMP2s. He is on track. Oh, and he's having a bit of an off there too. So that driller's ride is continuing to stay out in front, though as we get back into it, he's just got a little bit of an issue just with car control. Doesn't seem to be the only one suffering from some of that, but yeah, second place Calvin Reinert is he just got out of the pits a moment ago. He's a little bit back now, so Isaac had crossed the line a few moments ago, so he's probably a good 15-20 seconds back behind, sitting in second place. Pons actually has closed in for gentleman drivers, and he is not far behind at all. Oh, I stand corrected. He's actually a little ways behind there. I was actually looking to Morris there. He was just right in front of him. Excuse me. So the podium positions for LMP2 have definitely opened up significantly from what we were seeing in the first half of the race. Tittman now going in. This is for fourth, it looks like, ahead of Hakimi. So Seawolf's ride getting back up there after they'd been having maybe an okay race to begin with. Certainly not as exuberant as we've seen in past races where they've been contenders. But up to fourth now with just under an hour and a half left in this race. And they're looking pretty strong, very consistent. So if they're able to kind of take advantage of instances like this where Pons is off track. So looking down this straight back towards Arena as he goes into Brooklands. So you saw that there. Tittman now coming to that same section. So about 6 or 7 seconds back, maybe a little bit more. That gap is back to Tittman and now Hakimi, who's starting to fall away just a wee bit. They're going through some traffic here, but this should not be an issue as Tittman in the much faster, smoother LMP2 gets right on by. Here with Ben Foz is now he's holding up Pons through the end of the S's. Down hanger straight. And down into Stowe. John Nelson is now out of the pits, just came off. So we're seeing some of the cycling's a little bit off from the regular pit stop cycles that we would have anticipated. Usually we're going to see those closer to the hour for the GTEs anyway. Anywhere from like 45 seconds, or sorry, 45 minutes and up. Looking top down on the order, Isaac Morris, lap 83. And then going back all the way through to Leonard's, who's in 9th, lap 80. So about a 3-lap gap, top to bottom. a lot of drivers on lap 82. So there's still quite a bit of mix-up that will likely or can likely happen. Second down through 7th. Oh, and we've got a DQ. Nascimento. Danilo is, he's been having a fairly good race, although it was punctuated by a few incidents. This, however, is, yeah, not sure what happened there. Although that allows Schunemann to kind of move up in position, so that's Peter Schunemann's in 9th place. The other Scuderia ride. We've had an additional DNF, Rogier Decline, sorry, the lettering there a little bit off. Pons having another issue, so that actually, yeah, that's allowing Tippmann to get up and by him. Oh, and a big off. Or no, that was for pits. That was off to the pits. So Tippmann probably wouldn't have been the only one to gain position there as Hakimi was pulling up, but Hakimi off for service. So a change in the podium. Now Pons seems to have decent pace, but he has been having some serious issues just kind of running afoul on some of these corners. Tippmann, meanwhile, is looking fairly steady and under control. A little bit of a lockup from Carlos. Ooh, a big wiggle right in front of the GTE. Mancuso not overly excited to see that in his windscreen, but carries on. Hakimi now coming out of the pits. Pretty long stop there. Sorry, Hakimi coming out of stall and now coming out of the pits. As we see these two slinging it through the S's of Maggots and Beckett's. Pons just a little bit off. That's not where you want to have that. You want to get a lot of speed coming off of there so you can take Hanger straight as fast as possible. You're going to see that's going to be one of the reasons why Tippmann is able to start pulling away. Now, the gap up to Reinert, however, it's a little bit bigger, so it looks like it's turns 1 and 2 there. So Tippmann now just coming through that section, so not too terribly far away. Good, strong, consistent run from Rob. Could yield some results and get him into a close position, assuming nothing else happens. You know, have good stops, and neither one of them loses any time to any incidents. Then stands a chance to close in and potentially challenge for that second place spot. Foz showing off track again. It's another spot where we've seen some cars go a little bit wide. Gregor's Boulat is now in for Adam. So this is the team that was running in first place for the first portion of the race. Certainly through the almost the entire first stint when they were caught by Mattia, who is currently sitting in first in that Porsche. So, sizable gap right now. Just trying to find. So there's Mattia. So looking back, yeah, you can see there's a long stretch there. As we head down into to the Brooklands well-filled woodcote area of the track, sort of near the halfway mark. So on screen, your current GTE leader in that 911. Just up ahead, we've got one of actually the only other Scuderia drive, as we lost one of the other ones. Or I know, I apologize for that. We lost Roger de Klein, who was running in that the Pitts Corvette and was on for a 3rd place. That was a huge disappointment because they had it locked in, and it was just a technical issue with something with the when they were trying to do the driver swap. There was some technical problem that took place, and that's such a disappointment when your team's doing so well and just a minor, basically a glitch in terms of the full racing scheme just takes you out. I mean, you'd rather at least have the opportunity to be up there going door to door with somebody and just get pushed wide, or you know, just because you're in the heat fighting for position, as opposed to just getting taken out by a technical glitch. I thought I heard somebody join me here, but apparently not. So, seeing here, we have Bulat, who's come back out after his stop. And still on the same lap, not a huge distance between them. Of course, this means that we should be seeing Mattia coming in. Calvin Reiner having some problems, dropping an awful lot of speed. Now it is in the S's, so wouldn't be surprised if it just kind of got away from him. But, is that it's not Tippmann in the background, is it? No, Tippmann is as well far in behind. So there's still quite a sizable gap. Probably good, almost 10 seconds. But it looks like Rob is slowly reeling Calvin in. And certainly by Reinert going off track in a few spots, it's not going to help him. Even if he does an all-out spin, a few of those is all it takes to kind of heat up the tires, get some of that degradation in there, and you can just start losing tenths up to half seconds even over the course of a run per lap. Looking back here at Carlos Pons, he's in 4th place. Generally looking fairly steady for the most part, but they're hoping that the battle starts heating up ahead and maybe can be a benefactor. Ooh, big wiggle in the background from Sam Bentley as he tries to get around one of the GTEs. So Sam in on the driller side. Fast driver. Coming in from the M1 camp back when they were still around. Hopping on board drillers and taking over, so we should see some moves there. Sam's a fairly consistent drive, fairly quick. Farkas is now into the pits. Martin currently sitting in 8th after he's kind of fallen back. You hate to see that. Nelson again having well wide and having to yeah, again again that's through Maggots and Beckett's. Nelson seems to be having a few of those now. Sam Bentley is now into the pits as Farkas leaves. Now, Danilo Nascimento, that he's actually for position. Not here. This is not for position. But up to John Nelson ahead. You can still hear that Corvette rumbling here as we switch cameras. So not far ahead. So this would be for 9th place. Sorry, 10th place. Danilo is currently 11th. Looking ahead, a little flash of the lights there. Not sure if that was a thank you or an I'm coming ahead. Bentley is now leaving the pits. 69-second stop. Still in the car, as would be expected probably for the latter half of this race. See a lot of drivers going for the 50-50 split. Not really a whole lot of reason to not do that unless one driver is clearly stronger than the other and you want to maybe try and push that a bit. Being a shorter format, you can sort of take advantage of that and get away with it. I think you benefit more in a much longer race. But if for some of the battles we've been seeing, it is close enough where, yeah, just having a couple tenths, even less per lap faster driver in there can make up a big chunk of ground. We might see that with Sam Bentley. He's actually up to 7th. Tippmann is in. We'll see if anybody else joins him. Hakimi's probably going to come up and by if Tippmann stays in here too terribly long. Tippmann is released. And where is Hakimi? Sorry about that. So Hakimi coming onto the front stretch. So actually this is going to be pretty close. So right there, ahead, just a couple of seconds. Yeah, so he's starting to close on up. So the gap now around 6 seconds or so. Looking up to Tippmann from Hakimi. No issues there from the GTE. Really has a little bit more of a shallow entrance in. It's impressive to watch these LMP2s just snake their way through Maggots and Beckett's. John Nelson now, who we've seen some issues with, though he seems to have kind of gotten the car under control. Not quite hitting the apex that he needs to, but still stays true theory. Oh, he's going to catch Nelson at a really tough spot going through these slower turns. Just coming up to the start finish, so he's going to duck into the inside. And it cost him a little bit. You can see as Rob pulls ahead just a little bit more. But about the same spot at this point that he was after Tippmann had pulled out of the pits. And now that he's got fresher, younger tires, we might see that gap start to open up. Unless he's going for a little more conservative, like hold it in and just be smooth through the next few stints. Isaac Morris is now in. Ooh, and he got real close to the wall there. So your leader is just pulled in. Now we see Sam Bentley taking a position away from Roberto Ch. Hope I said that right. So I mentioned earlier, Sam does have an opportunity to start climbing up through the field. I predict that he could come up to 4th or 5th, with as close as it is between Tippmann and Hakimi. If Sam keeps his nose clean and doesn't cop a penalty for rolling up onto anybody or knocking him wide, speeding, extensions, you know, any of the usual affair, and yeah, he's got a pretty good chance of making some ground up in the next hour. Morris is now out. Ooh, there's Reinert right there. So for position, or I'm sorry, that's Tippmann. Should have known. Not for position. Stand down, everyone. Tippmann being thoroughly lapped. Reinert now crossing the start-finish line. Liam Rance now falls prey to Ben Faz. So this is actually further up the grid. This is for 4th place. So Liam has actually been making up some ground. It doesn't look like there are many GTE cars cycling through. And Liam is going to start fighting back. Peeks around, going into turn 3. Back across to 4. He's got the position. Done. And then out of arena through 5. Foz is going to hold in the draft. See if he can get anything from that. Ooh, Carlos Pons out and around as we are following those guys back there in the background. So Pons ahead of Tippmann. Now Tippmann is still way away from where Pons is at the moment, but we've seen Pons having those slips. Back to the battle between Liam and Ben Faz. Out through the S's, Liam actually starting to open up a bit of a gap. Actually a sizable gap. About 2 seconds now as they go down through the end of hangar, although that's probably averaging out to maybe like 1.5. Linus Lindvall is out of the pits. That's back in the GTEs, that's 4th, 3rd, so that's right up ahead of these guys. So that's sort of an interesting pit strategy. Although considering when Alex Tunbridge came in, that should put Liam at pretty close to coming in for another stop. Now, if he's able to extend that out through the hour, then that would mean he could probably pull in and get just one more stop. Mancuso is now out. Pons is in. So Pons actually is now dropped to 5th as Tippmann pulls into the podium spot. So quite a bit of GT traffic right around these guys right now. There's your leader, Isaac Morris. And he has lapped the field basically at this point. He just has Reinert to go before he's totally lapped the LMP2 field. But Reinert is not far up the road. So MRTI up to 2nd place on the podium. Looking back, there's, I believe that's Pons, who's come out of the pits at this point. And Mikhail Wozniak and Mattia Grigolin, they're in the pits. Grigolin is out. Sorry, they're both out. Liam Rance is now in. Bit of a cockeyed approach to the pit stall. But so Liam is currently in 5th. Wozniak just left the pits a little bit ago, so he's got a whole lap to come around. Now it's a long fill time. It's a sizable tank that they're working with. Nascimento off there. Heading up towards Maggots and Beckett's. Rance is released. So about a 57-second total pit lane time. And he's going to hold on to 6th place. He did fall to Wozniak. So let's see what that gap is, if we can. So on board now with Liam Rance. Or at least it should be. Yes. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're picking up Wozniak in visual range. We'll see what we see when we come onto the front stretch here. So yeah, Wozniak is well off into Maggots and Beckett's. Meanwhile, Rance is just getting through turns 3 and 4. Oh, and Mattia now flashing the lights. Wozniak, so there's going to put him a lap down. So now this will be interesting. So we saw Liam Rance come in. It was about a minute 2 or 3 left, and you heard him talking earlier in the broadcast about where you can try and line up some of the pit stops. His teammate Alex Tunbridge was having some problems before, and we saw him having to come in a few times here and there. Not sure if that's messed up their pit strategy. But as it stands now, I think unless he's able to conserve very well, he's probably going to have to come in for just a quick splash and go. Leonards is also now in, so we've got both of those white liveries on screen. Ben Foz is released. Ben Foz up to 6th place now, behind 5th place Liam Rance. I'm not getting data on who lost those spots, but I do believe it was Ben Foz. So the pit cycle is kind of moving things around here. Berto Cho's released. Oh, and we've got an incident. Mancuso looks like he's hard into the tire barrier. Taking a look at the replay now, so there they are. Coming onto the pit straight. Oh, and he just locks up. Oh, Lundvall just sails by and says, "See you later." So Mancuso, bit of an embarrassing moment as he locks up the tires and goes straight off. So fortunately, he's going to be able to get that repaired while he's in there. Oh, he's backing up on pit lane. He must have missed a spot. Kind of concerning to Grigoni. He's still backing up. Is he not able to trigger his spot? So something's going on there. Mancuso not able to get service for some reason. Just checking real quick to see if maybe he copped a penalty if he wasn't woed up, and that was part of the reason why he was locking and slinging off. If that's the case, he's going to have to drive very slowly if he was anywhere close to running out of fuel. Martin Farkas now coming up right behind him saying, "Whoa, what's going on here?" So we've got a slow car on track. Mancuso's going to be gingerly driving that thing around. Unfortunately, we did describe how Silverstone is a big, long track, which is great for giving plenty of room for the racing, but when you've got an issue like this, where you've got to conserve fuel and make an entire lap around you weren't planning on, then yeah, you kind of curse the thing. Fortunately, it's flat, so that will mostly be to his advantage. He's trying to stay out of the way. He hasn't run out of fuel yet, but he's tumbling down the order. Now to 10th. No, don't go to those pits. Schneemann now picking up a position, so Mancuso's down to 11th. Bit of a flashy flash there. He's effectively the last car. He's just getting onto the service road there, just to stay out of the way and maybe cut some time, save some fuel. Even if you cop a penalty, at least you're... Yeah, now he's just going to straight line. He probably will get a penalty for that. But better to have a penalty and keep going than... oh, and he's... I'm not sure where he's going there. As I was saying, better to have a penalty and actually finish the race as opposed to just dying on the straight. So he's on to Hanger now. He's getting close to the end, conserving as much as he can. Seeing a flash up ahead. Is that, no, that was not Tippmann. Was that Sam? Let's see, where is Carlos Pons? I believe that's who that is. So Pon's getting onto the back of Reinert. Or, I'm sorry, Lopez is back in the car. Apologies. So he's actually in 6th place behind Sam Bentley. He's giving a flash to Reinert, who's in 2nd. So I think Reinert may have made a move on him that he wasn't thrilled about. Now, Reinert actually is still the only car on the lead lap. The gentleman's driver is not thinking his driving is too gentlemanly. Mancuso made it in. Let's see if he's able to get service this time. All right, there we go. So that is a massively frustrating moment for those guys because they were way up the order. No idea what happened. What that could be attributed to as to why they just would not service the car. So, let's go ahead and look at Gregor's Bilat. So he's leading the way for GTE. And so we've had some swapping going on here. Let's get an updated roster. So, Bilat head of the field. Joseph Saracino is in 2nd place now. So, but showing DNF'd. That was a swap, and I think he just did that about a moment ago. If I were betting, I would say that there was some kind of technical issue that caused that. So that would be huge. That would basically cost them the race. Now, Linus Lindvall and Liam Rance are going to benefit from that, because even if they do get back in, they're going to fall behind. So looking at Liam Rance right now. Further up the field, Linus Lindvall looks like he's through turns 1 and 2, so about a straight ahead. Actually, that's even further along. So can't see him back there. Linus Lindvall, this is podium position. Liam Rance now coming onto the same straight. So several seconds behind, but not terribly far away. Extending track limits there. If he's able to keep a good pace going, he could challenge for podium position. Speaking of podium, looking over here at Rob Titman, currently sitting 3rd. Ahead of Mika Hakimi. Hakimi, meanwhile, is not terribly far behind. A little bit of a gap. Let's check in on Sam Bentley, who's actually now closing up to the back of Hakimi. George Lopez further down the order. So there's Hakimi. So yeah, only a few seconds separating them, and Bentley is on the charge. And he's actually going to catch the GTE leader through the S's. Not the best place for it, so that's going to slow him up. Be a little bit frustrated by that. But not too bad. Still about 3 to 4 seconds of a gap. So that'll be for, we're looking at 5th place Sam Bentley right now. And he should be challenging for 4th here momentarily. Down to 2 seconds. Maybe 2.5 as they go through some of the turny bits. On board now with Sam Bentley looking ahead. That Oreca getting a little bit bigger turn by turn. They're going to come up into some lap traffic here. He should be able to get by him on the straight, meaning that as they come out of the final corner, Bentley will have to deal with him going through the next set. Oh, around the outside. That's Ferrari ahead. Ferrari currently sitting down in 11th in GTEs. He stays nice and wide. Down through the S's. You can tell Bentley is he's caught scent of Hakimi right ahead of him, and he's pushing hard. Now the question is Hakimi just running his race? Is he giving it everything he can to stay up ahead on pace? If there's a strategy to be played out there, you could see it come back to him, even if Bentley's able to get by. But Bentley is on a tear. Quest for Miko Wozniak. Currently 4th place, so both he and Liam Rance have moved up the order. So this is a bit of a resurgence for the Scuderia team. After some unfortunate events earlier on and just some pace issues, Ferrari's off. I believe he just got loose going off of that corner. And coming to it, yeah. I unfortunately don't have the actual incident, but that's all that happened there. He's gotten it back underway again. Damage is repaired from earlier. Uh-oh, Liam Rance off track, so he was actually gaining some ground on Linus Lindvall. We saw Wozniak earlier, so Mikhail, oh, and Sardano. Sorry. Saracino, Joseph Saracino is also having a bit of an off. So it looks like a lot of the drivers struggling a bit with some heat degradation or just worn tires in general. You can see some of those approaches. He did have that LMP2 to deal with, but they're all having just a bit of a struggle. This is 6th place in GTE. Let's take a look. Sam Bentley now going back to this battle. Right on the tail end of Hakimi. He's having a little bit of a look inside. Hakimi's getting just a little nervous. But they are stacked nose to tail. Sam not quite close enough to have a lunge. Going to push just a little bit there. Ooh, GTE. Saracino. Ooh, just looking at a moment ago. Fortunately, they were able to get around him before the S's. Back out again. So past Chapel, through the hangar straight, onto Stowe. Nice big sweeper. Oh, big slide. And that's going to be all the invitation that Bentley needs to get up on the inside. Oh, they're still there. I'm not sure if that was a touch or Hakimi just trying to keep it in line. I didn't see any movement from Sam, so I think it was just a bit of excitement under pressure. But Bentley is through for position. Hakimi is fired up from that, but not able to fire back. Bentley just has too much raw pace. It's a good exchange. No one looked like they took anything from it. Lopez now coming out of the pits. He's actually fallen back now to 6th. Was well up the order. Locking up the tires, not great for him on the initial outset. Gentleman drivers expecting just a little bit more, but we do still have more rounds of pit stops to go, so that can cycle back. Mancuso having another moment, so now after that initial damage, I'm sorry, I said Mancuso. I haven't reset my thing. It's actually Ferrari. After the initial damage from Mancuso, Ferrari taking over. It's been a bit of a wild ride. It doesn't look like he's really gotten into anybody or anything. He's just trying to get used to that car now. Hakimi into the pits. So it actually had shown Hakimi ahead of Bentley for just a moment there, but I think it wasn't picking up the pass after he was diving into the pits. Back at Gregos Bulat. Still a dominating performance throughout this race. Was being shadowed earlier on. But now Linus Lundvall, that white generic, holding second place. Well and away behind. I mean, Gregos has now lapped the field. It looks twice. Lapped 97. The rest of them on 95. So an extremely strong showing. So Ferrari having more issues. This is down on the front stretch coming to the line. So that's out of the final turn at Club. Out of the way of some of those LMP2s coming through. Good move. Seeing Tintman going through there. Bentley still a ways away before he's able to mount an assault on that podium position. Up, so Saraceno. This is the team that was challenging for first place. Lopez with a quick shunt to the right. Getting out of the way of that one. Saraceno was fighting before, but has actually fallen back to 6th place. And in fact, Liam Rance is now... He was just coming up behind. Liam Rance is having a little bit of difficulty with that BMW. Back to Linus Lundvall. Peter Schoenemann, big off. So no contact with anybody. The way the car is driving into the braking zone, it looks like it might have some possible steering damage or something. He is in. Yeah, he'll want to get that fixed if that's the case. So Schoenemann on his own, sliding well off. And Boulat now having a big moment. So that's the leader. Catch that for you. So, oh yeah, so he going into the braking, he just overcorrected. No contact with anybody, although that slowed him down quite a bit. He's got an entire lap and a half plus, so he could take his time and gather everything back up. Still, you don't want to see too many of those. Just because you've got a good lead doesn't mean you just want to start throwing it away, especially as we're in the last 38 minutes of the race. Up some of the other information here. Schoenemann is now out of the pits, but well down the order. 10th place of drivers running. He's second to last, ahead of Ferrari, who's also been having his own issues in dire straits through the second half of this race. Isaac Morris extending the limits a little bit there. He'll have to be careful not to get called out by race officials. He's also enjoying about a lap advantage ahead of Calvin Reinert. So he's up into some traffic at the moment. Reinert actually just coming around. This looks like... Oh, so he's actually back on the other side of the circuit. This is back where the BTCC guys run. And the Maggots and Beckett's. So yeah, he'll actually, in fact, I think that might be him. Is that right? Is that Morris right behind? No, Morris is still back here, so that's one of the other drillers' cars. So actually Sam Bentley. So Sam Bentley looking to unlap himself. Giving Isaac a flash. Some chicanery here between Morris and Bentley. These two have history. Now, they're not going to do anything to jeopardize one another, so yeah, Isaac is just going to let him go on by. And that will actually put him back onto the lead lap. Certainly not nearly enough time left in the course of the race for him to get back up there, assuming Isaac doesn't have any misfortune. Ferrari having another slide out. Not sure where that is. Looks like it's coming, yep, through Maggots and Beckett's. Out the end of those S's through Chapel. John Nelson is in, Ferrari is out. Obviously, since we've looking at him right there. So it's, oh, and he's back in. Massimiliano, Ferrari, pulling back into the pits. I have no idea why he's doing that. I don't see any penalties being issued. Let's see if we can find. Nothing. A couple warnings for some people here, but nothing's been issued. So just a regular stop. Now he'll be able to make it for the rest of the race, assuming he got all the fuel in that he needs. Bentley showing up with a an off track. Hopefully he didn't know, and now Bentley is in. This should be just enough to take him to the end, I think. I believe these are going to be our final stops, or at least very close to. So there is your leader for GTE. Gregos in first place. There's Sam Bentley in fourth for LMP2. Farkas in eighth. That Gramelli ride was further up the field earlier on in the race. It's unfortunate to see them kind of falling back. They've been having some really good battles. Looking at the other Gramelli car. Oh boy, he had a little bit of a peak, but just wasn't quite there. As Liam Rance has a bit of a wiggle. I don't know if that's because he was distracted or if it was just a matter of course. I know I was distracted watching that LMP2 just shrink that gap immediately. Bentley and Farkas are both coming out of the pits now. See where Tittman is. Seawolf's ride. Out and around, I believe that's Stowe there. And now he's in. Third place Tittman coming in for service. Should be the final service of the race. So somewhere between Rob Tittman and George Lopez, or sorry, Bentley, you've got Lopez. And with Bentley out, this shouldn't be a terribly long stop, but that should get him pretty close. 30 minutes left. Not sure if he'll be able to make anything happen there. Let's see where George Lopez is. He's coming around Stowe now. I have to imagine that he's not coming in, so he's gonna stay out. He's probably got another couple. He's looking really dicey through those last couple of corners. Now we'll take a look where Bentley is. Bentley now coming out onto the hangar straight. He's heading down towards Stowe. So I don't believe, let's see, so he just came in a little bit ago. Tittman is released. Tittman is out. So still a sizable gap. Lopez has moved into third. Now the question will be, does Sam Bentley have enough time left and pace to close up and make any kind of charge up ahead? Leonard's having some kind of issue back in the back, sitting in eighth. And Roberto Cho is also being marked as being off pace there. A lot of cars getting into some trouble right now. Reinhardt was off. Saraceno was off. George Lopez is now out of the pits. That actually must have been a little bit ago. Came out. He's currently sitting in third. So Lopez is sitting third. Gentlemen's drivers would be thrilled with a podium finish. Titman now coming on to the front stretch. Past the start-finish line into first and second. Now to the sharp turn number 3. A sharp cut back at 4 through Arena. Sam Bentley now up into the 3 and 4 complex. Just under 30 minutes. So I think Lopez is going to be able to lock in that third place position by the end. There's still a question mark on 4th and 5th, and of course any one of them could start running into trouble. We did see that Lopez's teammate was having some problems earlier. I believe that was Pons. Carlos Pons. Isaac Morris is in. Of course, he's got nothing to lose there. Reinhardt just comes by and gets back on to the lead lap. I think some of the pitting is off a bit. Okay, so Isaac Morris crossed the line there. Reinhardt should be able to come back and get his lap back, be on the lead lap for what should be the final stints of the race. Now, for the GTE class, as we were seeing before, because of the way some of the fuel burn and the stops were lining up, you might have a few that will have to do a splash and dash, just coming to the final laps. Let's check in on our GTE field. Gregos Bilat is still leading the way, coming to lap 104. Plenty of time in hand, no pressure. All he has to do is not wreck the car, and he's pretty much got this. Now, we did see him have a big off before. He spent a lot of time getting it turned around, but still no pressure. He's built up a sizable lead. As we see Bentley closing up in behind, he doesn't want to be held up here. I can just hear Bentley kind of steaming up his helmet a little bit about getting slowed down. Down the order, Linus Lundvall now second place. Probably won't be able to challenge for the lead, but let's see how far ahead he is from Liam Rance as he's going through turn 1. So Rance is down at Stowe, way far away. So the podium looks like it's pretty much finalized at this point, assuming there aren't complications coming from pit stops, if there are any more, or any kind of off, because that could be just enough to pull one or more of the drivers right back into it. Off, it looked like Isaac Morris had a bit of a moment. Lopez now showing out of the pits, although it looks like he's going through turns 1 and 2 there. I think that might just be catching them as they're going by the pit exit. Morris is in. A lot of drivers coming very close to that outside wall. Farkas is also taking a final stop. Farkas currently sitting last, several laps down. Not sure what that was about. Isaac Morris just doing a pass-through. We'll see if we can get a little bit more information on that. It doesn't look like there's been any kind of Stewart's announcements for serving a penalty. So I don't know what that was about. Isaac Morris obviously has some time in hand, although he doesn't have nearly the lead in his class that Gregors has in GTEs. That said, he still does have a commanding lead. Ferrari having a bit of an off-track moment there. So Sam Bentley still third. So Rob Timpin is fourth and heading down into Stowe. Sam Bentley is just trying to wrap up the S's. It's always tricky passing other classes or no. He is making up some ground, but this slower traffic isn't helping him at all. Lopez is in. Lopez is in. This should put him very close to Sam Bentley if Sam isn't just able to outright get him. Okay, so Lopez is released. Timpin is by. His leader, Isaac Morris. Lopez is out. There's Morris. And is that... I believe that's Sam Bentley in the background there. Oh, no, that's Hakimi. So Bentley, actually Bentley is a little ways away. Up through Copes. He's coming through. Oh, actually, no. Bentley has passed him. So there's Bentley. Yeah, so he's put the move on him. He's made it past Lopez. So he was able to jump him. Bentley to fourth. Timpin to third. And Hakimi not far behind either. On board with Hakimi. Bentley seems to have definite pace over both of these guys, although I haven't really been watching too intently on this last stint to see where Hakimi and Lopez are in terms of pace. Right now, they're right on the same straight. There's still a few seconds between them, about 5 seconds or so. Hakimi seems to have turned on the gas a little bit. He's starting to punch the throttle a bit more. Down towards Brooklands. So we've got a bit of a battle brewing now between Lopez and, oh, I'm sorry, I kept saying Hakimi. It looks like it's Prinz has taken over. Looking at some old scoring. So Prinz taking over on that last stop for Hakimi, but he is in position right there. You can see them both. And then up ahead of these two, Bentley is doing his best to try and chase down Timpin if he can. So there's Bentley. Or no, I'm sorry, that's actually Morris, the leader. One of the other drillers' cars. So Timpin has crossed the line. So, and Bentley, it looks like, is around 14 seconds back. If he can gain a second a lap, or just slightly less than, he still has a chance to try and gun for third. That's a tall order. He showed really strong, aggressive pace. Looking at the leader, Isaac Morris there. As you can see, that battle starting to brew in the background. Coming back to that in a moment. Looking at Liam Rance just ahead of these guys here. He is pushing for third. So much higher than his predicted 5th place, but he's also taken advantage of a couple drivers' misfortunes. Switching real quick to Linus Lundvall. Now he's down over in Stowe, it looks like. Whereas Liam is just now coming through Chapel right now. So a sizable gap there, second to third. Now where's Wozniak? Wozniak is about the same gap away. So second through fourth, not really much in it between them. They won't be able to really catch up with one another. Stather in the same position, so they've all just sort of strung out. In fact, I believe Stather's even further away. Yeah, he hasn't even made it up to, he's just coming to Woodcote now. Ferrari with some more issues. At this point, I'm sure he can't wait to get away from this track and those damn S's. So Joseph Saracino, looking at him with Stather just a little bit up the road as he's getting rang by an LB2 there. Looks like it's pretty set there for that position as well. So to Bentley, a little bit of a flash. Let's see, Timpin. He's up through Stowe now, which means that Timpin's probably coming to the line now. Yep. So, yeah, sitting at about, again, 15 seconds or so. It doesn't look like he's gaining at all. So I would say that Bentley is probably going to have to settle in for fourth, again, barring any kind of major off or conflagration within traffic. And we've seen that happen. We've seen it come down to the final laps, even with some of these bigger gaps. Leonards is now in and out. Getting some quick final service. So most of the drivers at this stage are sporting some sizable gaps. Not huge, not insurmountable. We're talking double digits, but only a little bit into them. Anywhere from 10 to 20 seconds apart, it seems. But in some of these cases, even if you're spread out by about 30, 40 seconds, if somebody has to come in and traverse pit road, even if they're getting a splash and go, that'll just even things right up, and then you can have a battle in your hands in no time. Oh, and speaking of things happening, Lawrence, as we're watching, has a penalty. Going to the stewards forum just to see if there's any announcement there. Nothing specific, so it looks like this is possibly just a track extension. I'll let you know if we have any more. Now, he did come out of the pits just a little bit ago. In fact, he caught that on his way out, so I'm going to guess that it's actually for a speeding penalty. So coming through Stowe, yeah, he's going to get a serve now. Oh, and who's that back there? Is that Farkas? Farkas is on fire. And he's going to have to park it right at the end of pit road, and he is done. So Farkas was looking to try and possibly pick up some position there, although he was a few laps behind Lennartz. But his race literally up in smoke. Fairly unusual to see these engines blow up in these shorter endurance runs. I'm used to that in races that go over 8 or 10 hours, but 4 hours, that's an aggressive setting. Oh, and a big off there. Ooh, as he comes back on course. What happened here? So, coming through Beckett's, things seems orderly here. Out through Church. Oh, and he gets a punt. So totally blasted as Lopez was fighting for position. I believe, yeah, Lopez and Prince. So this is for 5th place. I don't know if Lopez is going to win out on this one, even if he's able to hold Prince in that spot in 6th. I think he's going to catch a penalty, and he's off track there. Ooh, he almost speared him. So now, not only does he lose 5th place to Prince, after he'd been up on the podium, he's just falling back down the field. Is he going to catch a penalty for smacking into the GTE, to Stather? Stather was running, looks like 13th in GTE class. So he didn't have anything to lose, but he certainly didn't deserve to get punted. And Lopez looks like he might have some damage now. It's the way that car keeps searching around. Yeah, I think he might have some issues with his linkage. Or something's just been knocked kind of cockeyed. I mean, with 11 minutes to go, you can't go in and get it fixed, because if something happens to the guy in front of you, then you got to be there to take advantage of it. The question now is, will Lopez... Ooh, big slide. Two questions. Can Lopez make it to the end without pitting? This is a good view of it going down that long straight. Yeah, that car is just all over the place. Doesn't look like it's so bad that you can't keep going with it, but man, is that borderline. If this were a much longer endurance, like an 8 or a 12 hour like we would see here typically, then for sure you'd want to come in and get that fixed, because you're just going to lose too much time. But now being so close to the end, you can't risk it. And who is that? Is that the 20 of Isaac Morris? Yes, it is. Now, Calvin Reinert, who's in second, he is nowhere near to be able to take advantage. Rob Timpin is also on lap 123, but he's still well and away. Yeah, Lopez, phew. That looks very uncomfortable to drive. I have to say, if Lopez were to avoid a penalty, keep this thing on the road, and then somehow catch a break from someone else's misfortune ahead and get back that 5th place position, that would be sort of the Hail Mary for the gentleman drivers. Back and forth, the car just vacillating. Definitely linkage damage of some kind. And I would guess that that came from when he got into the GTE, Joseph. The other concern then also is if it did any radiator damage. I guess we can check for smoke to see if that starts to happen, though it doesn't always. Because if that thing starts heating up, you'd hate to see it let go with 8 minutes to go in the race. Saraceno is DNF'd as well. Joseph is currently scoring in 6th place. I think he might have been up ahead of Stather. Looking briefly here, Rob Timpman coming down through Club and out through turn 18 there onto the front straight. Oh, sorry, nope, that's incorrect. It's on the other side of the track. It's amazing how much those two parts of the track look alike. So now he's heading into Copes. Where's Sam Bentley? Bentley not too far away. He's now onto the other front stretch, the shorter track. Now he's into Copes. So he's closed that gap a little bit, but he's not anywhere close with about 6.5 minutes to go. He won't be able to do much with that. Now where's Prins? Prins is actually, looks like is he just ahead or just behind Bentley? He's right there. So there's Bentley. There's Prins at Stowe. Okay, so actually Prins is not far away. But with as consistently as Bentley has been running that car, so Prince just crossed the line as Bentley heads out through, Arena. So on the same lap, there's a chance, but Bentley's going to have a big moment, at least an off, to slow him up. Now Farkas is starting to fall back down through the order as Bouat makes a pass on him. Our first LMP2 DNF, and it's right at the end of the race. So Robert Che is actually not too far behind Lopez. Lopez has fallen back, so he was in 5th, fallen to 6th, and now Roberto Che is... So there's the gap. Lopez, the blue car, coming up through to Beckett's. That's about 5-6 seconds. Single digits for sure. And with traffic around, I don't remember that gap being that close before. He might be able to make a move on him just before the end of this thing. Schoenemann having some more issues, so Scudera Schoenemann down in, is that 13th? No, sorry, 9th place, Peter Schoenemann, GTEs. Doesn't help him. He might have been able to actually catch up to John Nelson. Cemento trying to chase down Ethan Lawrence. Ethan kind of up ahead on the track. They're heading, look like down towards Stowe, but he's got a bit of a gap on him. So Ferrari. About to pass Saraceno. Yep, still in the pits for them. So that'll give him 10th spot. Schoenemann also going wide here. I'm going to chase down to Brooklands. Let's go back and look at Lopez. 6th. Lopez still fighting with that thing, so he's really hurting there. Roberto Che.
Ross, you have transition screen.
Oh. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
Getting caught up on the in the racing, and the screen was in transition, so fortunately command's not working as they should. Hopefully we can get rid of some of that kind of stuff with the new overlay. So Roberto Che is trying to chase down George Lopez. There he goes, right in front of the screen. And just about a minute left. Wozniak seemingly having some issues. We're under a minute to go. So taking a look here real quick, Isaac Morris coming down and around through here. Is he going to be able to start the final lap before the very end? It's going to be close. 30 seconds. Seconds. Ooh, not sure what happened there with, I think that was Ferrari. Kind of went off on the inside, getting out of the way. 10 seconds, so he just took it there. So one more lap, I believe. Calvin Reinert is going to hold on to second place here. Although I say that, and look who that is, Rob Timpin. I believe they're still going. I sure hope so, because this is not expected. I don't know if Reinert came in, but Timpin is right there on him, so if they're still going, this is for position. This is for second place. Seawolf and Grimelli. MRTI really wants to have that looking up the inside. Ooh, they almost touch. Grimelli pushes wide. Oh, a little bit of contact. Excellent racing to the line. Calvin Reiner holds on to it as Timpin places third in a dramatic finish that was totally unexpected. Just based on the gaps that we were showing before, it shouldn't have been anywhere close. Sam Bentley up to fourth. Well done. Ooh, a big off there. George Lopez and Prinz fell back behind. And congratulations, of course, to our GTE winner, Gregos Bulat. Linus Lundvall taking second place after a nice drive in the end. And Liam Rance basically inheriting a podium position. A pretty strong drive and making up some positions after a fall off from Alex Tunbridge early on. A couple penalties and stuff there, but good, strong drive. Mikhail Wozniak able to recover some points for Team Scuderia. Good drive by those guys, well done. And Stather taking fifth place after many ups and downs throughout the entire race, especially getting punted. And good job to George Lopez back there, who was able to nurse home that car after some pretty good damage. So final order you can see on the screen: Morris, Timpin, Reinert, Bentley, Lopez, Prinz, Cha, and Lennertz, sorry. Difficult to read some of the text in here. In the GTEs, and Martin Farkas, who blew the engine, the only LMP2 victim. Ninth place there. Bulat, Lundvall, Rance, Wozniak, Stather, Lawrence, Nascimento, Nelson, Farkas, sorry, he's LP2, Schunemann, Ferrari, Saraceno starting with the DNFs down in 20th. So only the top 10 of the GTEs were able to finish. So 11th through 15th were out. Saraceno, Decline, Pseudo, Laro, Lappins. A lot of those very unfortunate, because some of those guys had some very good pace that would have made, I think, for some good finishes up and down the order. So excellent work, everyone. Good job to the drivers, the teams that participated. Good job to the staff and crew that have put together today's race at VSRA, the European Endurance Series. thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us through all of the various goofs and glitches, some of the setbacks. We did make it to the end, and it turned out to be an excellent race. And we will see you in a month as we head out to, we'll go ahead and bring that up real quick here. 4 hours of Monza, so we'll go for a back-to-back at Italy. So again, thanks for watching, and we will see you next time. Take care.